Chapter 1. The Garden Party. The annual Mellowfield Summer Fete had, for 37 consecutive years, concluded without incident. There had been the occasional upset, naturally. Mrs. Hodgson's Victoria sponge forever losing to Mrs. Prettyjohn's, and once, memorably, the vicar's prize cockerel had escaped its pen and terrorized the tombola table. But these were the ordinary dramas of English village life, the kind that sustained conversation through the winter months and were recounted with warm exaggeration at Christmas. This year would sustain conversation of a rather different sort. The fete was held, as tradition demanded, on the grounds of Mellowfield Hall, the ancestral home of the Ashworth family. The hall itself was a handsome Georgian building gone slightly to seed, the east wing permanently shuttered, the fountain dry since 1987, but on a June afternoon, with bunting strung between the elms and the W.I.'s jam stall doing brisk business, it managed to appear almost prosperous. Miss Jane Marple had been invited by her old friend Dorothy Ashworth, now widow of the late Sir Edmund, who had thought the fresh country air would do her guest some good. Miss Marple had accepted with quiet pleasure. She was fond of fêtes. People behaved at fêtes in precisely the same ways they behaved in all circumstances, only slightly more visibly, with the social masks loosened by lemonade and sunshine. She had settled herself in a white garden chair beside the rose border, her knitting in her lap, and was watching the assembled villagers with the serene attention of a naturalist studying woodland creatures, when Dorothy Ashworth appeared at her elbow, somewhat breathless. "Jane, have you seen Edmund's study?" Miss Marple looked up from a particularly stubborn dropped stitch. Dorothy's face was the colour of uncooked pastry. "My dear," said Miss Marple, "I have not. Should I have? Someone has been through his desk." Dorothy pressed her gloved hands together. "His private correspondence, the locked drawer. It's been forced." Before Miss Marple could respond, a sound rose from the far end of the garden. Not the cheerful noise of the coconut shy, but something altogether more alarming. A woman's scream, short and sharp, like a seam tearing. Then silence. Then everyone talking at once. The body of Mr. Reginald Toft, solicitor of Mellowfield for the past 22 years, was discovered at precisely 20 minutes past 3, on the garden path that wound behind the old yew hedge, quite hidden from the main lawn. He was lying face down in the gravel, and he was, the village doctor confirmed within minutes, most thoroughly dead. In his right hand, crumpled as though clutched in a final convulsive grip, was a single sheet of cream writing paper. It appeared to be a love letter. Miss Marple remained in her garden chair. Around her, the fete dissolved into controlled panic. Teacups abandoned mid-sip, children rounded up with unnecessary urgency, the vicar moving through the crowd with the particular expression of a man who has found scripture momentarily inadequate. A young constable from the village was first on the scene. Inspector Grieve arrived from Dorchester 40 minutes later, red-faced from driving and already forming conclusions, as men of his type invariably did. Miss Marple knitted on. She had managed 2½ rows of the sleeve she was making for her great-nephew when Dorothy sat down beside her, very suddenly, as though her legs had decided the matter independently. "Poor Reginald," Dorothy said. "He was a dreadful bore, but one didn't wish him dead." "No," agreed Miss Marple pleasantly. "One seldom does." She watched Inspector Grieve speaking to a young woman near the yew hedge. The woman had auburn hair and an extremely composed expression, which Miss Marple found more interesting than any amount of weeping would have been. "Who is that?" she asked. "Lydia Voss. She found him." Dorothy lowered her voice. "She's been working as Reginald's secretary for the past 8 months. Came from London. Nobody quite knows anything about her, which, in Mellowfield, means everyone knows everything about her." "Quite so," said Miss Marple. She noticed that Lydia Voss, whilst answering the inspector's questions with every appearance of cooperation, had her arms folded very tightly across herself. Not in distress, Miss Marple thought, but in the manner of a person keeping something carefully in. She also noticed, though the inspector apparently did not, that the young woman glanced twice, quickly, involuntarily, toward a man standing at the edge of the lawn. He was perhaps 40, broad-shouldered, with the kind of tan that suggested outdoor work, and he was watching the proceedings with an expression of such controlled blankness that it was itself a kind of expression. "And that gentleman?" Miss Marple inquired. "That's Kit Ashworth." Dorothy's mouth tightened almost imperceptibly. "My stepson. Edmund's boy from his first marriage. He arrived last week rather unexpectedly. I'd thought he was still in South Africa." "How very nice for you," said Miss Marple, in a tone that conveyed she thought it nothing of the sort. "To have family about." She returned to her knitting. The dropped stitch, she found, was 3 rows back, further than she had thought, and in a rather more consequential position. She would need to unpick more than was immediately apparent in order to put it right. She found herself thinking that the same was likely true of Mellowfield's troubles, the letter in the dead man's hand, the forced drawer in the late Sir Edmund's desk, the secretary who would not unfold her arms, the stepson who had appeared from the far side of the world without apparent reason. "Dorothy," said Miss Marple, as they were eventually shepherded inside by an earnest young constable. "I wonder, that letter they found with poor Mr. Toft, do you happen to know whose handwriting was in it?" Dorothy stopped walking. "How did you know it was handwritten?" she said quietly. Miss Marple smiled her small, mild smile. "I didn't," she said. "But now I do." Chapter 2. The Village Reacts. By 6:30 that evening, Mellowfield had formed no fewer than 7 distinct and contradictory opinions about the murder of Reginald Toft, and was defending each of them with the particular ferocity that only the English village mind, denied television and gin until supper, can properly sustain. The primary theatre of speculation was, as it had been for 4 decades, the saloon bar of the Wheatsheaf Inn, where landlord Pete Drummond pulled pints with the philosophical serenity of a man who understood that tragedy, in a small village, was fundamentally good for business. The regulars had claimed their usual positions with the territorial instinct of migratory birds, and the conversation had reached that particular pitch, slightly too loud, slightly too certain, that indicated everyone was simultaneously speaking and nobody was genuinely listening. It was that secretary. This from Bill Mossop, who farmed the eastern fields and distrusted anyone who had ever lived in London. Came down here 8 months ago. Nobody knew her from Adam. Always too quiet, that one. The quiet ones are always hiding something. "You're quiet most Tuesday mornings, Bill," observed his wife from the adjacent stool, without looking up from her lager. Bill ignored this with the ease of long practice. "Toft was about to dismiss her," said Mrs. Patricia Fellows, who ran the post office and operated the village's most comprehensive informal intelligence network. She had positioned herself at the center of the gathering with the calm authority of a woman who knows she possesses information others require. "He told Dr. Marsh as much 2 weeks ago. Something about irregularities in the practice accounts." This produced a satisfying ripple of reaction. "Then she had motive enough," said young James Whitmore, who had recently completed a law degree at Bristol and felt this qualified him to opine on criminal matters with some authority. "Means, motive, opportunity, the classic triad. She found the body," someone pointed out. "Murderers don't find their own victims." "They do," said James Whitmore, "rather frequently actually, statistically speaking." Miss Marple was not at the Wheatsheaf. She was seated in Dorothy Ashworth's drawing-room, a room that smelled agreeably of beeswax and old books, drinking her second cup of Darjeeling and listening to Dorothy's account of the afternoon's events with an expression of such benign attentiveness that Dorothy had, within 15 minutes, told her considerably more than she had intended. "Kit was furious when the inspector began asking questions," Dorothy said, refilling her own cup with slightly unsteady hands. "He told Inspector Grieve he'd barely known Reginald, which is perfectly true. Reginald was Edmund's solicitor, not Kit's. But he was furious, Jane, in that cold way he has. Like his father." "When did Kit arrive, precisely?" Miss Marple asked, smoothing her skirt with a small, idle gesture. "Last Wednesday. No warning, no letter. He simply appeared at the door with a single suitcase, as though he'd only popped out for a morning walk and happened to return from Johannesburg. Dorothy set her cup down with unnecessary firmness. He says he came because he had business to settle. Edmund's estate, there are apparently still matters outstanding, but Edmund's been gone 3 years, Jane. Why now? Miss Marple made a gentle, sympathetic sound that committed her to nothing. And the letter, she said, after a comfortable pause. The one found with Mr. Toft. Has Inspector Greaves said anything further about it? Dorothy was quiet for a moment. Outside, a wood pigeon called and called again in the elm trees. He wouldn't discuss it with me directly, Dorothy said finally. But Dr. Marsh, who really ought to know better, told Mrs. Fellows, who told me, that it was a love letter, an old one by the look of the paper, and that it was written in a woman's hand. She paused. And that whoever wrote it signed herself only with the letter E. Miss Marple's knitting needles continued their quiet, rhythmic work. How very interesting, she said, in the tone she might use to remark upon an unusual arrangement of flowers. Lydia Voss, meanwhile, sat alone in the small cottage she rented from the Ashworth estate at the edge of the village lane, with a glass of red wine she hadn't touched and a paperback novel she hadn't opened. The inspector had taken her statement with the thorough, slightly patronizing patience of a man who had already decided she was either guilty or irrelevant, and she had answered every question with the careful precision of someone who had spent considerable time thinking about which truths were safe to tell. She was not, she told herself, afraid. Fear was a luxury that required a future uncertain enough to threaten. Lydia's future had been uncertain since the morning 6 months ago when she had found, misfiled in the back of Reginald Toft's cabinet, a correspondence that explained rather a great deal about why Sir Edmund Ashworth had died, when and how he had. She had not gone to the police. She recognized, now, that this had been a mistake, but she used the honest word to herself, alone in the cottage. She had been frightened. And then she had been something else, something she found harder to name. She had been useful, to someone who had needed her to be. Outside the cottage window, a car passed slowly down the lane. She didn't look up. She was thinking about the letter. She had not known about the letter. Not that particular letter. She had known about the others. One thing she was quite certain of. Reginald Toft had not been carrying that letter when he walked behind the yew hedge of his own accord. Someone had placed it there, someone who wished a particular story to be told or a particular person to be suspected. She picked up her wine-glass, put it down again. Whoever had done this was considerably cleverer than Inspector Greaves supposed. She rather hoped they were not cleverer than she was. Back at Mellowfield Hall, Kit Ashworth stood at the window of his father's old study, the room with the forced drawer, now dusted for fingerprints and sealed with the inspector's self-importance, and looked out at the darkening garden. The yew hedge was a black mass against the violet sky. Somewhere beyond it, the gravel path where Toft had been found was presumably still cordoned with the inspector's blue and white tape. Kit was not a man given to visible emotion. His stepmother had said he was like his father, and she had not meant it kindly. He had learned, early and thoroughly, that composure was a form of armor, and he wore it as naturally as other men wore shirts. But his hands, as he stood at the window, were very slightly clenched. He had come back to Mellowfield to find something. He had found considerably more than he'd anticipated. And now Reginald Toft was dead, and the only other person who had known the full truth of what was in that study was beyond all questioning. He turned from the window. Down the hall he could hear his stepmother and her old friend, the small, white-haired woman who knitted and asked mild questions, talking over their tea. He had dismissed the old woman the moment he saw her. An instinct, now, troubled him. In his experience, the people most worth watching were invariably those who appeared to require no watching at all. Chapter 3. Early Investigation. Miss Marple was an early riser. This was not, as some supposed, the habit of old age. She had risen at 6 o'clock her entire adult life and intended to continue doing so until circumstances made it impossible, at which point she would deal with the matter then. She was dressed and downstairs by 6:30 the following morning, and had persuaded Dorothy's somewhat startled housekeeper, Mrs. Beale, to provide her with a pot of tea and 2 slices of buttered toast before the household had properly assembled itself. She ate at the kitchen table, which Mrs. Beale clearly felt was irregular, and which Miss Marple felt was entirely sensible, since kitchens in the early morning contained more honest information than drawing rooms at any hour. Mrs. Beale, once she had recovered from the surprise of company, proved to be a woman of 53, with strong opinions, moderate discretion, and an intimate familiarity with the rhythms of Mellowfield Hall that no amount of police interviewing had yet disturbed. She talked while she worked, wiping down surfaces that were already clean, repositioning utensils with the focused energy of someone managing anxiety through domestic order. And Miss Marple listened with the warm, uncritical attention that caused people, almost universally, to say more than they had planned. "Mr. Kit was up at 5, Mrs. Beale offered, without being asked. "I heard him on the stairs. He went out to the garden, I think. He does that. Walks in the mornings. Did it as a boy too," Sir Edmund said. "A restless nature," Miss Marple observed pleasantly. "Restless is one word for it." Mrs. Beale's cloth moved in firm, circular strokes. "He was in his father's study again last night, after dinner. I saw the light under the door at nearly midnight. What he's looking for in there I couldn't say, though I imagine the inspector would like to know. Has anything been taken from the study, do you think? Before the drawer was forced, I mean." Mrs. Beale stopped wiping. She looked at Miss Marple with the slightly arrested expression of someone who has not previously considered a question, but finds, upon consideration, that they have an answer. "There was a photograph," she said slowly, "on the desk. A small silver frame, one of those double ones that fold together. Sir Edmund kept it facing away from the door, so you'd only see it if you sat in his chair. Lady Ashworth, the First Lady Ashworth, Kit's mother, on one side, and on the other," she hesitated. "Yes?" said Miss Marple, buttering her second slice of toast with perfect calm. "A woman I didn't recognize. Younger, dark-haired. It's been gone since before Mr. Kit arrived. I noticed it perhaps a fortnight ago. I thought perhaps Mrs. Dorothy had moved it." "And had she?" "She says not." Miss Marple nodded thoughtfully and said nothing further on the subject. She complimented Mrs. Beale on the quality of the marmalade, which was genuinely excellent, and allowed the conversation to settle into the comfortable shallows of village gossip, where it produced several additional items of quiet interest. The village of Mellowfield arranged itself at 9 o'clock on a Tuesday morning, according to its usual geography. The post office opened. The butcher's van made its rounds. 3 members of the WI gathered at the War Memorial with the ostensible purpose of discussing the autumn flower rota, and the actual purpose of discussing Reginald Toft's murder in exhaustive detail. Miss Marple, walking at the unhurried pace of someone with nowhere particular to be, and therefore free to be everywhere, moved through the village with her string bag and her mild expression, stopping to admire Mrs. Fellowes' window boxes, to inquire after the vicar's lumbago, and to purchase a small quantity of ribbon at the haberdashery, none of which required explanation, as elderly ladies in English villages are eternally engaged in these activities and attract no more notice than the post-box or the horse trough. She was, in fact, conducting what a less charitable observer might have called a systematic investigation. At the post office, she learned from Mrs. Fellowes, who was practically trembling with the effort of dispensing information at a controlled rate, that Reginald Toft had received, in the 6 weeks prior to his death, no fewer than 4 hand-delivered envelopes. Not posted, delivered by hand, pushed through the solicitor's office letterbox in the early morning before the secretary arrived. "And nobody saw who delivered them?" Miss Marple asked, with an expression of gentle curiosity. "Old Mr. Peters at the newsagent's saw someone on the 3rd occasion," Mrs. Fellowes said. "Early morning," he said. "A figure in a dark coat. He thought it was a woman, but he wouldn't swear to it. His eyes aren't what they were. They so rarely are, agreed Miss Marple sympathetically. At the haberdashery, she encountered young James Whitmore, who was buying nothing and clearly wished to talk to someone who might appreciate his legal reasoning. Miss Marple appreciated it extensively, and in return, James Whitmore, who knew rather more than he should, owing to a friendship with the constable's younger brother, revealed that the love letter found in Toft's hand had been dated not recently, but 15 years ago, and that the paper, an unusual cream-laid stock, matched precisely the writing paper that had been found in the forced drawer of Sir Edmund Ashworth's desk. Miss Marple purchased 3 yards of pale blue ribbon and thanked him warmly. She found Lydia Voss at the solicitor's office at 10:30. The office was officially closed. Inspector Grieve had seen to that. But the front door was ajar, and Miss Marple, who had spent 80-odd years treating slightly open doors as invitations, went in. Lydia was at her desk, not working. There was nothing to work at, the files having been removed by the police, but sitting with the upright, composed posture of someone who has decided that appearance is the only thing left to control. She looked up without surprise at Miss Marple's entrance, which itself told Miss Marple something. "I'm sorry to intrude, my dear," Miss Marple said, looking around the room with the frank curiosity of someone on a pleasant country tour. "I was an old friend of Dorothy Ashworth's. I hope you don't mind. I find I get rather restless sitting about the hall." "Of course," Lydia said. Her voice was even, careful. "You must be finding this all terribly upsetting," Miss Marple said, settling into the visitor's chair without being invited. "Discovering poor Mr. Toft in such a dreadful way. What a shock it must have been." "It was." A fractional pause. "Yes." Miss Marple looked at the wall behind the desk, where several framed certificates attested to Reginald Toft's professional qualifications. Beside them, a small corkboard held appointment cards and telephone numbers. And pinned at the very edge, half concealed by a larger notice, was a printed photograph, slightly blurred, taken perhaps without the subject's knowledge. A man, broad-shouldered, standing outside what appeared to be an airport terminal. Kit Ashworth. Miss Marple looked away before Lydia could notice her noticing. "I wonder," she said pleasantly, "whether Mr. Toft had seemed at all anxious in recent weeks. One often senses these things in a small office." Lydia's hands, folded on the desk, did not move, but the knuckles, Miss Marple observed, whitened very slightly. "He seemed perfectly normal," Lydia said. He did not, Miss Marple thought, with complete certainty. "And you know precisely why." She rose, thanked Lydia warmly for her time, and made her unhurried way back out into the June sunshine. She had confirmed 3 things this morning, and suspected a 4th. The 4th, she thought, adjusting her hat against the light, was perhaps the most consequential of all. Chapter 4. First Suspects. Inspector Grieve held his press briefing at 11 o'clock on Tuesday morning on the steps of Mellowfield's small police station, a building that normally processed little more than the occasional bicycle theft and one reliable drunk who appeared each November with the punctuality of a migrating bird. The inspector had the satisfied bearing of a man who has, overnight, arrived at a conclusion and is now engaged in the agreeable business of announcing it. Miss Marple stood at the edge of the small gathered crowd, her string bag over one arm, and listened. The inspector's conclusion, as it emerged through the careful scaffolding of official language, was this: that Reginald Toft had been struck from behind with a blunt instrument, a stone from the garden border, subsequently identified and removed for examination, and that the blow had been delivered by someone of moderate height who had followed him behind the yew hedge during the 40-minute window between 2:40 and 3:20. The letter found in the deceased's hand was, Inspector Grieve noted carefully, a matter of ongoing inquiry. He was not, at present, at liberty to disclose its contents. He was, however, at liberty, in the manner of a man performing a conjuring trick, to disclose that a person of interest had been identified. The name, when it came, produced a collective intake of breath from the assembled villagers, though Miss Marple noticed that at least 3 people in the crowd registered something other than surprise. What they registered instead was the carefully managed expression of those who have expected precisely this and are now deciding how to respond to it. The person of interest was Lydia Voss. By noon, Mellowfield had largely convicted her. The speed with which a small community can travel from suspicion to certainty has always been one of the more unsettling features of village life, and Mellowfield was no exception. By the time Miss Marple had returned to the hall for lunch, the case against Lydia Voss had been assembled, furnished, and decorated by village consensus with the efficiency of a church committee preparing for a fete. She was a stranger. She had come from London. She had been about to be dismissed for financial irregularities. She had found the body, which James Whitmore had again assured everyone was statistically significant. And she had, it now emerged from Mrs. Fellows's incomparable intelligence network, been seen by 2 separate witnesses walking in the direction of the yew hedge at approximately 3 o'clock. "Well," said Dorothy, at lunch, with the tone of a woman who wishes to appear reluctant but isn't quite, "one does see why the inspector is interested in her." "One does," agreed Miss Marple, accepting a second helping of cold salmon. "You don't think she did it?" Dorothy said. It was not a question. Miss Marple considered a fragment of cucumber. "I think," she said carefully, "that the evidence against Miss Voss is of the kind that is very easily arranged." Dorothy looked at her. "What do you mean?" "I mean," said Miss Marple pleasantly, "that she was seen walking toward the yew hedge. But nobody, I think, has yet established who else was walking in that direction. In a garden full of people moving about freely, the question is not who walked somewhere. It is who made certain that someone else was seen doing so." Dorothy was quiet for a moment. Outside, the elm trees moved in the warm midday air. "You're saying someone wanted her to be suspected?" "I'm saying it's a possibility worth considering," said Miss Marple. "Shall we have the strawberries?" Kit Ashworth arrived at the police station at 2 o'clock that afternoon, a fact which Miss Marple learned from Mrs. Beale and filed alongside everything else she had learned that morning. He had gone, according to Mrs. Beale, without being summoned, which was either the behavior of an innocent man anxious to assist or of a guilty one anxious to manage perception. Miss Marple had known both types and found them, on the surface, frequently indistinguishable. She was in the garden when he returned, sitting in the same chair she had occupied during the fete, her knitting in her lap. He came through the gate from the lane and stopped when he saw her, with the slight hesitation of a man recalibrating. "Miss Marple," he said after a moment. "Mr. Ashworth." She smiled pleasantly. "You look tired. Do sit down. Mrs. Beale has left lemonade on the tray." He sat, she thought, because refusing would have required more social energy than complying. He poured lemonade with the mechanical efficiency of someone performing a normal action in an abnormal state, and Miss Marple knitted and said nothing, which she found was almost always more productive than saying something. After 90 seconds, she counted, from long experience, he spoke. "The inspector seems satisfied with his theory," he said. "Inspectors often are," Miss Marple agreed. "It is both their greatest professional strength and their most reliable weakness." Kit looked at her with the first unguarded expression she had seen from him, a flicker of something that might have been reassessment. "You don't think it was Lydia, do you?" she asked. A pause, careful, measuring. "I barely know the woman." "And yet," said Miss Marple, in the tone of someone making mild conversation about the herbaceous border, "you have been in Mellowfield for a week, and I notice you are on first-name terms with her. You called her Lydia just now, not Miss Voss." The pause this time was of a different quality entirely. "A slip," he said. "Of course," said Miss Marple. She turned her knitting and began a new row, and Kit Ashworth looked at the middle distance with the expression of a man who has just understood that he is not, as he had supposed, in a conversation he is controlling. At 3 o'clock, Miss Marple walked to the churchyard. She had a genuine purpose. She wished to look at something on the Ashworth family memorial. But she was also aware, in the pleasant way she was always aware of such things, that she would likely encounter the vicar, and that the vicar, whose name was Reverend Horace Blunt, had been Reginald Toft's closest friend in Mellowfield for 15 years. She found him dead-heading roses along the churchyard wall, and they fell into conversation with the naturalness of two people who have known each other's type all their lives. The Reverend Blunt was a gentle, slightly absent man who felt things deeply and spoke of them obliquely, in the manner of those for whom emotion is too large to be addressed directly. He had, Miss Marple perceived, been crying that morning, though he had managed his face back into order since. Reginald was a private man, he said, cutting a spent bloom with more force than the rose required. People thought him dry. He was merely careful. Once bitten, you know. Bitten? Miss Marple inquired softly. There was a woman, years ago, 15, perhaps more, before he settled in Mellowfield. He was very much in love, I think, though he never said so plainly. The Reverend paused. She chose someone else, a wealthier man. It marked him. Do you know who she was? The Reverend was quiet for a long moment. A bee moved through the silence between them. I know what she became, he said finally. She became Mrs. Edmund Ashworth, the first Mrs. Ashworth. He looked at Miss Marple with eyes that were asking her, without quite saying so, to understand the full weight of what he had just placed in her hands. Kit's mother, Eleanor. E, thought Miss Marple, signed only with the letter E. She looked at the Ashworth memorial stone. Eleanor Margaret Ashworth, beloved wife and mother. The dates confirmed it. She had died 16 years ago, a year after the letter had been written. Thank you, Reverend, she said quietly. Your roses are coming along beautifully. She walked back through the churchyard gate with the steady, unhurried pace of someone who has just found, tucked beneath the ordinary surface of things, the thread that, pulled carefully, would unravel everything. Chapter 5. A Hidden Clue. The cream-laid writing paper was the thing. Miss Marple thought about it that evening, sitting in the small bedroom Dorothy had given her, a pleasant room with a window overlooking the kitchen garden and a writing desk that smelled of old lavender, while the hall settled into its nighttime sounds around her. The creak of cooling timbers, the distant bark of a fox. Mrs. Beale's footsteps on the back staircase, steady and purposeful as a metronome. The paper matched. James Whitmore had said so, with the confident imprecision of someone repeating information received third hand. The love letter found in Toft's hand was written on the same cream-laid stock as the paper found in Sir Edmund's forced drawer. This had been presented in the general village conversation as evidence of connection, as though the matching paper demonstrated something about the letter's origin or the crime's motive. Miss Marple thought it demonstrated something rather different. She thought it demonstrated that whoever had placed that letter in Reginald Toft's hand had access to Sir Edmund Ashworth's private study. Not recently, not merely last night, when the drawer had been forced, but sufficiently in the past to have removed sheets of the distinctive paper without the forced drawer being necessary. The drawer had been forced for another reason entirely, to find something, or, perhaps more precisely, to remove something before someone else found it first. She opened her own small writing case and drew out a sheet of paper. She wrote, in her neat, deliberate hand, what was in the drawer before it was forced. Who had access to the study before Kit arrived? Who delivered the 4 envelopes to Toft's office? What did Lydia Voss find in the misfiled cabinet? She looked at the last question for a long moment. She had not been told about any misfiled cabinet. Lydia had said nothing of the sort during their brief conversation. But she had seen it in the young woman's face, the particular expression of someone carrying a specific, burdensome knowledge, not the general anxiety of a person under suspicion, but the focused, private weight of someone who knows a particular thing and has decided, for particular reasons, not to tell it. Miss Marple had seen that expression before. She had seen it on the face of young Mrs. Andrews in St. Mary Mead, who had known for 3 weeks that her husband's business partner was embezzling before she said a word. She had seen it on the gamekeeper's wife, who had watched something from her window and kept it folded inside herself, like a letter she couldn't bring herself to post. People kept secrets for 2 reasons, in Miss Marple's experience: fear or loyalty, and the 2 were not, when examined carefully, always as different as they appeared. She rose the next morning with a specific intention, which she disguised, as was her custom, as a pleasant absence of intention. After breakfast, she walked to the village library, a single-roomed building attached to the parish hall, presided over by Miss Agnes Tripp, who was 71, had been the village librarian for 40 years, and possessed a memory for local history that would have served a Supreme Court judge admirably. Miss Marple did not ask about the Ashworths directly. She asked, instead, about the history of the hall. Purely architectural interest, she explained. She had always admired the Georgian proportions, and Miss Tripp, who needed very little encouragement to discuss anything within a 5-mile radius of Mellowfield, began to talk. Within 20 minutes, entirely without prompting, she had arrived at the late Sir Edmund. A complicated man, Miss Tripp said, with the measured disapproval of someone who has spent 40 years in a library and trusts the documentary record over personal testimony. 2 marriages, neither of them simple. The first, Eleanor, died rather suddenly. Heart, they said. She was only 42. A pause that contained, Miss Marple felt, a reservation about the word they. The boy Kit was 23. He left for South Africa within the month. One always wondered whether it was grief or something else that drove him away so fast. And Sir Edmund's papers, Miss Marple asked, with perfect casualness. I imagine a man of his position would have left a considerable archive. He would have done, Miss Tripp said, though I understand his solicitor, poor Mr. Toft, was still managing aspects of the estate at the time of his death. There was apparently a question about the first wife's personal estate. Her family had money, separate from Edmund's, and how it had been distributed. The son felt it hadn't been properly accounted for. Miss Marple set down the historical pamphlet she had been holding and picked up another and said nothing, which caused Miss Tripp to continue. Mr. Toft came to see me, actually, about 3 weeks ago, Miss Tripp said, and her voice shifted almost imperceptibly, a half-tone lower, a degree more careful. He wanted to look at the parish records, births and marriages, going back 30 years. He seemed, she chose her word, with the deliberate care of someone selecting the right tool, agitated. Did he find what he was looking for? I don't know what he was looking for, Miss Tripp said. But he was here for 2 hours, and when he left he looked, another careful selection, resolved, as though he had decided something. Miss Marple walked home through the village along the longer route, which took her past Reginald Toft's solicitor's office. The door was still officially sealed, but she could see through the front window that someone had been inside since her visit yesterday. A chair had been moved, and a small framed print on the wall hung at a very slightly different angle than she remembered. She noted this without stopping and continued walking. It was the ribbon that was in her mind now. She had bought ribbon at the haberdashery yesterday morning, pale blue, 3 yards, and while she was there she had noticed, on the counter, a half-finished parcel that the haberdashery's owner, Mrs. Crail, had been wrapping when a customer arrived. It was tied with the distinctive cream and gold twine that the shop stocked, and beside it lay a small card, face up, on which someone had written 4 words in an angular, leftward slanting hand, before apparently thinking better of it, turning the card over and beginning again. Miss Marple had read those 4 words in the half-second they were visible. She had said nothing. She had bought her ribbon and left. The 4 words were, "Before Edmund found out." The handwriting, angular and leftward slanting, was not Mrs. Crail's rounded rightward script. The card had been written by a customer and left by accident, and Mrs. Crail had apparently not noticed it lying there, or had noticed it and deliberately left it face up, which would make Mrs. Crail a woman of interesting instincts. Miss Marple had not, at the time, known whose handwriting it was. She knew now. She had seen that same angular, leftward slanting script that morning, in the library, on the sign-in sheet that Miss Tripp kept for historical record requests, which Miss Marple had examined while Miss Tripp went to the back room for a reference pamphlet. The name on the sheet, 3 weeks ago, on the day of Reginald Toft's 2-hour visit to the parish records, was not Toft's. It was written the line above his. An earlier visitor that same morning. Someone who had, it appeared, been conducting their own research into Mellowfield's past before Toft arrived to conduct his. The name was Kit Ashworth. Miss Marple arrived back at the hall at 11:30, declined Mrs. Beale's offer of coffee, and went directly to her room, where she added 2 lines to her list from the previous evening. Kit was researching before Toft, not after. Before. Someone knew what Toft had resolved to do, and acted first. She underlined the second line. Then she sat for a long moment, looking at the kitchen garden through her window, where the lettuces were coming along very nicely, and a blackbird was engaged in optimistic excavation near the bean rows. The shape of it was becoming clear. Not complete. There were still pieces she needed, but clear enough that she could see, with the quiet certainty that had served her across 8 decades of observing human nature, that the obvious solution and the true solution were separated by precisely one very important person, whom nobody, so far, had thought to look at carefully. She picked up her knitting. She would need to be patient, and she would need, she thought, to have a particular conversation with Dorothy Ashworth that Dorothy was not going to enjoy. Chapter 6. Confrontations and Secrets. The conversation Miss Marple needed to have with Dorothy Ashworth presented itself naturally after lunch, in the way that necessary conversations often do when one is patient enough to allow circumstances to arrange themselves, rather than forcing the matter prematurely. Dorothy had spent the morning in a state of effortful normality, writing letters she didn't post, rearranging flowers that didn't need rearranging, speaking to Mrs. Beale about menus with a concentration quite disproportionate to the subject, and by 2 o'clock the effort had visibly exhausted her. She came to rest, finally, in the sitting room, in the chair beside the fireplace that had clearly been her husband's, and which she had, Miss Marple noticed, never once sat in during the previous 2 days. The fact that she sat in it now told Miss Marple that Dorothy had reached the point where pretending required more energy than confessing. Miss Marple settled across from her with her knitting and said, very gently, "Dorothy, tell me about Eleanor." Dorothy looked at her hands for a long moment. Outside, a cloud moved across the sun, and the room shifted from bright to grey and back again. "She was Edmund's first wife," Dorothy said. "You know that." "I know rather more than that, my dear," Miss Marple said. "I know that she and Reginald Toft were in love before she married Edmund. I know she wrote him a letter, the letter found in his hand, approximately a year before she died. And I know that Edmund kept that letter in his private drawer for 15 years, which suggests he either discovered it himself or was given it by someone who wished him to know of its existence." Dorothy was very still. "I know," Miss Marple continued in the same gentle, unhurried tone, "that Eleanor's personal estate, her family inheritance, was never fully accounted for after her death, and that Kit believes it was improperly managed. And I know that Reginald Toft spent 2 hours in the parish records 3 weeks ago, looking resolved about something he had decided to do." The silence extended itself between them like a tablecloth being smoothed. "Edmund showed me the letter," Dorothy said finally, 6 months before he died. He had known about Eleanor and Reginald for years. He found the letter shortly after Eleanor's death. He never said a word about it to anyone. He was that kind of man. He simply absorbed it, and continued. She paused. Edmund was very good at absorbing things and continuing. It was both his greatest quality and, I think, his greatest cruelty. And Eleanor's estate. Dorothy's hands tightened slightly in her lap. Edmund managed it. Kit was 23 and in no state. He was devastated by his mother's death. Edmund consolidated everything, which was perfectly legal. But, she stopped. But the accounting was not entirely straightforward, Miss Marple offered. Edmund was not a dishonest man, Dorothy said, with the careful precision of someone distinguishing between categories. But he was an absolute one. He felt that Kit's behavior, leaving for South Africa, refusing to engage with the estate, was an abdication. And so he redistributed certain assets into the hall, into improvements, into things that were, in his view, for the family benefit, into things that were, in legal terms, not entirely his to redistribute, said Miss Marple. Dorothy did not answer, which was itself an answer. Miss Marple left Dorothy resting and walked, at 3:30, to the small cottage at the edge of the village lane where Lydia Voss had not, as far as anyone knew, gone anywhere since the inspector's interview. She knocked. There was a pause long enough that she was considering knocking again when the door opened. Lydia looked as though she had slept badly and thought continuously, which in Miss Marple's experience was the condition of someone who knows something they have not yet decided whether to use. "Miss Marple," she said. Not surprised. Which confirmed what Miss Marple had suspected, that Lydia had been expecting her, or someone very like her, to come. "I wonder if I might come in," Miss Marple said. "I have been walking rather a long way, and my feet are making their feelings known." This last part was not, strictly speaking, true, but it gave Lydia a reason to say yes that had nothing to do with the conversation they were about to have, and reasons, Miss Marple had found, made things easier for everyone. She sat in Lydia's small sitting room, accepted tea she didn't particularly need, and looked around the room with her usual frank interest. It was a careful room, tidy without being impersonal, comfortable without being settled. The room of someone who had not yet decided whether to stay. On the bookshelf, between 2 volumes on company law, was a manila folder of the kind used in solicitors' offices. Miss Marple looked at it once, and did not look at it again. "My dear," she said, "I want you to know that I have no interest whatever in causing you difficulty. I am an old woman visiting a friend, and I have no official standing of any kind. But I think you are in a rather precarious position, and I think you know something that would alter the inspector's current understanding considerably. And I think you have not told him because you are uncertain what the consequences would be for yourself." Lydia sat very straight in her chair. "You're remarkably direct for someone who appears to be discussing the weather. I find directness saves a great deal of time at my age," Miss Marple said pleasantly. A silence. Then Lydia said, "I found a correspondence filed incorrectly in the cabinet, or perhaps deliberately misfiled, I don't know which, letters between Mr. Toft and a firm of financial investigators in London. He had been building a case about Sir Edmund's management of the first Mrs. Ashworth's estate, on Kit Ashworth's behalf." "On behalf of what was right," Lydia said, with a quiet force that told Miss Marple this was her own phrase rather than Toft's. "Kit had contacted him 6 months ago. That's what brought me here. Actually, Mr. Toft needed someone he could trust to manage the documents discreetly, someone without prior connections to Mellowfield." She paused. The case was nearly complete. Mr. Toft was going to present his findings to a barrister the week after the fete. "And this correspondence," Miss Marple said carefully, "does it also indicate that someone else was aware that the case was nearly complete?" The question settled in the room between them. "There were copies," Lydia said slowly, "of some of the documents, made on the office machine. Mr. Toft didn't make them. I didn't make them. I found the copy paper in the machine tray 3 weeks ago. I thought I'd simply forgotten, but I hadn't. Someone else had access to the office," Miss Marple said. "Mr. Toft was very trusting about his keys." Lydia's voice held a fraction of bitterness. "He was of a generation that trusted people they had known for years." And who had he known for years, in Mellowfield? "The Reverend," Lydia said. "Dorothy Ashworth, the doctor, and—" She stopped. "Yes?" said Miss Marple gently. "There was one other person, not from the village originally, Someone who came to see Mr. Toft regularly over the past year, always in the evening after I'd left. I saw them once, arriving as I was leaving. I didn't think anything of it at the time. Who was it? Miss Marple asked. Lydia looked at her directly for the first time since she had opened the door. Her expression had the quality of someone setting down a weight they have been carrying in the wrong direction. It was Dorothy Ashworth's personal accountant, she said. A man named Gerald Fetch. He handles all her financial affairs, has done since Edmund died. She paused. He also, I discovered when I looked, handles the investment accounts of the Hall's estate, the same accounts that Edmund used to consolidate Eleanor Ashworth's inheritance. Miss Marple was quiet for a moment that felt longer than it was. How very interesting, she said. She set down her teacup and smoothed her skirt and thought about Gerald Fetch, whom she had not yet met, and about the photograph missing from Sir Edmund's study, and about the 4 hand-delivered envelopes pushed through Toft's letterbox in the early morning hours, and about the way that money, old money, quietly moved, carefully obscured, had a way of producing, when disturbed, consequences that were very much worse than the original dishonesty. Miss Voss, she said, rising, I think that folder on your bookshelf should not remain here. Do you have somewhere safe you might take it? Somewhere unconnected to either Mellowfield or Mr. Toft's office? Lydia's eyes went to the folder and back. My sister's house in Bath, she said. I could go today. I would, said Miss Marple. I very much would. Chapter 7. Another twist. Lydia Voss left for Bath at 4 o'clock, with the manila folder in a canvas shopping bag beneath a cardigan and a library book. A piece of camouflage so instinctively sensible that Miss Marple approved of it entirely. She watched from the sitting-room window of the hall as Lydia's small blue car moved down the village lane with the careful, unhurried pace of someone making every effort to appear unworthy of attention. Miss Marple turned from the window and thought about Gerald Fetch. She had asked Dorothy, over a carefully managed tea, to describe her accountant. Dorothy had done so, with the mild, unexamined confidence of someone describing a piece of reliable furniture. A man of 58, she said, very capable, very discreet, been managing her affairs since Edmund's death 3 years ago. Edmund had recommended him, she said, which had struck Miss Marple as a detail worth retaining. Edmund had recommended him, not inherited him, chosen him, specifically, in the final years of his life. The question that occupied Miss Marple, as she returned to her chair and her knitting, was not whether Gerald Fetch was involved. She was reasonably satisfied on that point. The question was the precise geometry of his involvement, whether he was the center of the thing or whether he was, as she increasingly suspected, a capable instrument in the hands of someone who had understood, rather more clearly than Fetch himself perhaps realized, exactly how useful a discreet accountant could be. She was still turning this question over with the methodical patience of someone working a difficult knot when Mrs. Beale appeared in the doorway, with the expression she wore when something had happened that she considered above her official responsibilities, but felt compelled to report nonetheless. "There's a policeman at the door," Mrs. Beale said. "Not Inspector Grieve, a younger one. He's asking for Mr. Kit." "And where is Mr. Kit?" Miss Marple inquired. "That," said Mrs. Beale, with the compressed precision of someone delivering the actual news, "is what he's asking." Kit Ashworth had not been seen since 11 o'clock that morning. This information filtered through Mellowfield by 6 o'clock, with the efficient inevitability of water finding its level, and produced, in the village at large, a reaction that divided cleanly along existing lines. Those who had already decided on Lydia Voss as the guilty party received the news of Kit's disappearance as confirmation. He was a witness, perhaps, who had known too much and been silenced. Those who had harbored private doubts about Lydia received it as revelation. Kit had fled because Kit was guilty. Inspector Grieve, reached by telephone at the Dorchester station, received it as an inconvenience to a narrative he had already substantially completed, and said he would send someone in the morning. Miss Marple received it as neither surprise nor confirmation, but as information, which she added to everything else she knew and examined from several angles. Kit had last been seen, according to Mrs. Beale, leaving the hall on foot through the kitchen garden gate. He had taken nothing. His case was still in his room, his jacket still on the chair. He had gone, it appeared, as one goes to step outside for a moment of air, and had simply continued. Men of Kit Ashworth's type did not, in Miss Marple's experience, flee. They were too controlled for flight, too proud for panic. If Kit had left suddenly and on foot, he had gone to do something specific. The question was whether he had gone to confront someone, or to find something, or, and this possibility Miss Marple held carefully, without yet setting it down, whether someone had sent for him. She put on her coat at 6:30, told Mrs. Beale she was taking an evening walk, and went out through the kitchen garden gate herself, following, with a quiet deliberateness that would have surprised anyone who saw merely an elderly lady taking the air, the most logical route from the hall to the one place in Mellowfield that remained, in her assessment, insufficiently examined. Reginald Toft's office. She did not need to break in, which was fortunate, as this would have presented practical difficulties. The door, as she had half expected, was already open, not forced, but unlocked with a key and left slightly ajar, in the manner of someone who had entered quickly and not attended to small details in their haste. Miss Marple stood in the doorway for a moment, listening. The office was silent. The evening light came through the front window at a low, amber angle, illuminating the dust disturbed on the desk. Disturbed recently, within the hour, by someone who had been through the drawers with speed rather than care. She moved through the reception area into the back office, where the filing cabinets stood against the wall. 3 of the 4 were closed and locked, as they had presumably been since the police visit. The 4th was open. The drawer marked A.F. was pulled all the way out, several folders displaced, one lying on the floor with its contents partially spread. She crouched, slowly, with the careful negotiation with gravity that her age required, and looked at the folder on the floor without touching it. The tab read, Ashworth Estate, Ancillary Correspondence. The folder was not empty. Whoever had been here had been looking for something specific, and had not, it appeared, found it. Which meant either that it had already been removed, by Lydia, or by the police, or by someone before either of them, or that it was not where the searcher expected it to be. Miss Marple straightened, and became aware, with the particular alertness of someone whose senses have remained considerably sharper than people generally credited, that she was not alone in the office. Someone was in the back corridor, standing very still, in the way that people stand when they have heard a sound and are determining whether to move toward it or away. Miss Marple did what she always did, in moments that might, in other circumstances, produce alarm. She spoke first, in her most comfortable, conversational tone. "I expect," she said, "that you didn't find what you came for. It was taken to Bath this afternoon." A silence. Then Kit Ashworth appeared in the doorway of the corridor, with the expression of a man who has, for the second time in 3 days, been required to substantially revise his assessment of someone he had dismissed. "How did you know it was me?" he said. "Mrs. Beale mentioned you had walked out through the kitchen garden," Miss Marple said. "The kitchen garden gate opens onto the lane that runs directly here, and you had access to Mr. Toft's key. You came to see him regularly over the past year, in the evenings. I imagine he trusted you with a key at some point. Men of his generation were inclined to trust the people they were helping." Kit leaned against the doorframe. He looked, for the first time since Miss Marple had met him, like a man who had stopped managing his own appearance. "The correspondence," he said, "between Toft and the investigators. I needed to know if there was anything in it that named—" He stopped. "That named Gerald Fetch specifically," Miss Marple said, "rather than simply identifying the financial irregularities." Kit looked at her steadily. "If Fetch is named, he has motive. If he isn't, if the documents only point to the estate management, Then the motive sits somewhere else. With Dorothy, Miss Marple said quietly. The words settled in the room between them with considerable weight. Kit said nothing. But the way he said nothing told Miss Marple everything she needed to know about why he had come here himself rather than sending anyone else, and why he had not gone to the police, and why he had spent 6 months building a legal case rather than simply making accusations. He was trying, she understood now, to know the truth before he acted on it, because the truth, in this particular case, might implicate the one remaining member of his family he had not yet found a reason to distrust. "Mr. Ashworth," Miss Marple said, in a tone that was gentle but left no comfortable room for evasion. "I think you know more about Gerald Fetch than you have told anyone, and I think you know why he had access to this office. I think it would be very much better if you told me now, before tomorrow morning, when Inspector Grieve will arrive, and begin making decisions with the information he has, rather than the information he needs." Kit was quiet for a long moment. The amber light from the window moved as a cloud passed outside, and the office shifted briefly into shadow. "Fetch wasn't just Dorothy's accountant," he said finally. "He was Edmund's before that. For 20 years. He managed the consolidation of my mother's estate personally." A pause. "He also, I found out 4 months ago, has a second set of accounts, hidden behind the legitimate ones. He has been taking money, carefully, slowly, in amounts designed not to be noticed, for 12 years. My mother's money, Edmund's money, and now Dorothy's." He looked at Miss Marple directly. "Toft found the second set of accounts 2 weeks ago," he said. "I know because he telephoned me. He was going to confront Fetch at the fete, before presenting everything to the barrister. He thought a public setting would prevent things from becoming—" He stopped. "Unpleasant," said Miss Marple. "He was wrong," said Kit. Chapter 8. Miss Marple's Final Test. Miss Marple walked back to the hall through the early evening with Kit Ashworth beside her, and said very little, which suited them both. Kit was the kind of man who thought in silence and found conversation during it an imposition, and Miss Marple was occupied with a problem that required the particular quality of attention she gave to difficult passages in her knitting. Not force, but a kind of patient, structural understanding of how each element connected to the next, and where, precisely, the original error had been made. Gerald Fetch had been Edmund Ashworth's accountant for 20 years. He had managed the consolidation of Eleanor's estate. He had built, over 12 years, a hidden architecture of small thefts, carefully proportioned to remain beneath the threshold of casual notice. He had known because Reginald Toft had telephoned Kit in Fetch's hearing, or because he had, at some point, accessed the office correspondence, that Toft intended to confront him at the fete, and so Fetch had attended the fete. Miss Marple had seen him there, she now realized. She had not known who he was at the time. A pleasant-looking man of late middle age, with the particular neatness of someone professionally accustomed to order, standing near the tombola table with a glass of lemonade and the expression of a man at his ease. She had noted him and moved on, because nothing in his manner had suggested concealment, which was, she reflected, precisely the point. The very best concealers were not those who appeared innocent. They were those who appeared unremarkable. Innocence draws its own kind of attention, in the way that excessive tidiness in a room suggests something has been cleared away. Unremarkability was the higher art. She had one question remaining, and she intended to answer it tonight. Dorothy was in the drawing-room when they returned, with the kind of stillness that suggested she had been sitting without moving for some time. She looked at Kit when he came in with an expression compounded of guilt and relief in proportions Miss Marple found instructive. More relief than guilt, which told her that whatever Dorothy had done or not done, she had been doing it primarily out of fear rather than calculation. There was a difference. It didn't absolve, but it clarified. "Jane," Dorothy said, seeing Miss Marple's face. "What has happened?" "Nothing further, my dear," Miss Marple said. "But I wonder, Gerald Fetch, is he in Mellowfield at present?" I believe you mentioned he was to come this week regarding your quarterly accounts. Dorothy blinked at the apparent mundaneness of the question. He's at the wheat sheaf. He arrived yesterday. He comes every quarter, regular as clockwork. A pause. Why? I should very much like to meet him, Miss Marple said pleasantly. I wonder if you might telephone and ask him to come for breakfast tomorrow. Tell him it's regarding the estate accounts. Tell him. She considered for a moment. Tell him that Kit has found some documents in the study that require his professional attention. Kit looked at her sharply. There are no documents in the study. No, agreed Miss Marple. But Mr. Fetch doesn't know that. She spent the remainder of the evening in careful preparation, which from the outside looked entirely like an elderly lady sitting by the fire with her knitting and occasionally asking mild, apparently inconsequential questions of anyone who came within conversational range. From Mrs. Beale she learned the precise layout of the dining room and where the morning light fell at 8 o'clock. Important, as she wished to sit with her back to the window and Fetch facing it. People whose faces were illuminated were easier to read than people who were not. From the Reverend Blunt, who telephoned Dorothy after supper with pastoral concern and stayed on the line considerably longer than pastoral concern required, she learned, through Dorothy's side of the conversation, which she listened to from the hallway with the focused attention of someone for whom eavesdropping has long since transcended its social awkwardness, that Fetch had visited the Reverend that afternoon, ostensibly to discuss a charitable donation. The Reverend had found him, Dorothy reported, somewhat distracted. Distracted was interesting. Distracted meant that whatever composure Fetch had maintained through the fete and its aftermath was beginning to require effort. And effort, sustained over days, had a way of showing itself in precisely the moments one most needed it not to. From Kit, over a late supper at which Dorothy ate nothing and said little, she confirmed one final detail. The 4 hand-delivered envelopes pushed through Toft's letterbox in the early mornings. She had a theory about them that she wished to test. "Your mother's letters," she said to Kit, quietly, while Dorothy was occupied with the pretense of rearranging her napkin. "The correspondence between Eleanor and Toft. How much of it do you believe existed?" Kit was still for a moment. "Toft told me there were several letters. He had kept them, not as sentiment, I think, but as evidence, almost, of the relationship's nature. He intended to explain them to the barrister, to provide context for why he had pursued the estate investigation with such personal commitment. And the letters were kept where? At his home, not the office." Kit paused. "At least, that was where he told me they were." Miss Marple nodded slowly. "Someone sent copies of those letters to Toft in the weeks before the fete, 4 envelopes, hand-delivered in the early morning. Sent not to inform him, he already knew their contents, but to warn him, to demonstrate that someone else had access to them, to show him that the private history he had kept safely for 15 years was, in fact, no longer private." Kit's jaw tightened. "A threat. A sophisticated one," Miss Marple said, "designed to make Toft uncertain, to make him reconsider his plans. When that failed, when Toft proved unmovable, the alternative became necessary." Gerald Fetch arrived at the hall at 8:45 the following morning, punctual in the manner of someone for whom punctuality is a professional identity. He was exactly as Miss Marple had noted him at the fete, pleasant-featured, well-dressed, unremarkable. He shook hands with Dorothy, nodded to Kit with an expression of careful neutrality, and turned to Miss Marple with a politely inquiring look. "Miss Marple is an old friend," Dorothy said. "She's been staying with me since the fete." "Of course," Fetch said. His voice was measured, warm without being effusive. The voice of a man professionally trained to inspire confidence. "A dreadful business. I hope you're all managing." Miss Marple smiled her warmest, most inconsequential smile. "One does one's best. Do sit down, Mr. Fetch. Mrs. Beale has done wonderful things with the kedgeree." They sat. Miss Marple had arranged the seating exactly as she'd planned, herself with her back to the bright morning window, Fetch opposite, Kit to the side, Dorothy at the head of the table with the slightly disconnected expression of someone watching a play whose ending she doesn't yet know. Miss Marple said nothing of consequence for the first 10 minutes. She discussed the village, the fete, the unfortunate business of Mr. Toft in the wandering, associative manner of an elderly woman whose thoughts move according to their own gentle logic. Fetch responded with the smooth, appropriate attention of a man who has spent decades managing conversations with people who required careful handling. He was very good. Miss Marple gave him full credit for it. Then she said, in exactly the same wandering tone, without any change of pace or emphasis, "I believe you knew Eleanor Ashworth rather well, Mr. Fetch. Before her marriage, I mean. You would have been quite young. You worked for Edmund's firm even then, I think." The pause was less than a second. A trained observer would have required it to be pointed out. Miss Marple was a trained observer. "I knew her slightly," Fetch said. "Edmund introduced us, of course." "Of course," said Miss Marple pleasantly. "I only ask because I understand the silver-framed photograph, the one that went missing from Sir Edmund's study, was a double frame, Eleanor on one side," she reached for the marmalade, "and a young man on the other, someone Edmund had reason to keep close to him, I imagine. As a reminder of something." She looked up from the marmalade with her mild blue eyes. "I wonder," she said, "whether that young man might have been you." The silence that followed had a different quality from all previous silences at that table. Kit had gone very still. Dorothy had set down her fork. And Gerald Fetch, unremarkable, capable, professionally composed Gerald Fetch, had gone, in the space of 2 seconds, from the colour of a healthy man to the colour of the cream laid writing paper on which Eleanor Ashworth had once signed her name with a single, damning letter. Not E for Eleanor. Miss Marple watched his face with the calm, precise attention of a naturalist observing a specimen at a critical moment. Not E for Eleanor at all. E for Edmund. The letter had not been written by Eleanor to Toft. It had been written by Edmund to Fetch. A different kind of love letter entirely. A letter that, in the wrong hands, in the wrong era, in the rigid social world of a man like Sir Edmund Ashworth, would have destroyed everything he had built and everything he had protected. And Reginald Toft, in his 2 hours with the parish records, had finally understood what Edmund had really been hiding in that locked drawer for 15 years. Not his wife's betrayal, his own. Chapter 9. The Reveal. The silence at the breakfast table lasted precisely 4 seconds. Miss Marple had counted silences of this kind before. The particular quality of stillness that descends when a truth, long compressed beneath the weight of careful concealment, finally meets the open air. 4 seconds was, in her experience, the average duration. Long enough for the accused to understand that flight was impossible. Short enough that whatever composure remained could still, if one were sufficiently disciplined, be gathered and deployed. Gerald Fetch was sufficiently disciplined. She had expected nothing less. "I'm not sure," he said, in a voice that had recovered perhaps 80% of its professional warmth. "What you are suggesting, Miss Marple." "I'm not suggesting anything," Miss Marple said, adding marmalade to her toast with serene deliberateness. "I am explaining what happened. There is a distinction, I find, that matters rather a great deal." She set down the marmalade spoon. "Shall I continue?" Nobody spoke, which she took as assent. Sir Edmund Ashworth was a man of considerable pride and considerable secrets, she began, in the conversational tone she might use to recount an interesting program she had heard on the wireless. He had, in his youth, loved someone he could not, in the world he inhabited, have loved openly. That person was you, Mr. Fetch. Edmund chose, as men of his generation and position so often did, to put that love aside and live the life that was expected of him. 2 marriages, an estate, a respectable solicitor, the entire apparatus of conventional English life, assembled with the care of someone building a wall against something they cannot face. Dorothy was looking at her husband's chair, with an expression that Miss Marple could not quite name and did not try to. The letter in that drawer was not, as everyone assumed, from Eleanor to Toft. It was from Edmund to you, Mr. Fetch, written at a moment, perhaps a moment of illness or crisis or weakness, when the wall he had built was briefly insufficient. He kept it, I think, not as sentiment, but as the kind of private honesty that has nowhere else to go. It was the one true document in a life of careful construction. Fetch's hands, on the table, were entirely still, the stillness of enormous effort. Reginald Toft spent 2 hours in the parish records 3 weeks ago, Miss Marple continued. He was not, as everyone assumed, simply researching Eleanor's estate. He was following a thread he had found in the correspondence between Edmund and yourself, a thread relating to the early years of Edmund's first marriage, a reference, perhaps, to a prior attachment. Toft was a careful man. He understood what he had found. And he understood, more significantly, what it meant for the estate investigation he was building. She looked at Fetch directly. It meant that Edmund's management of Eleanor's inheritance was not simply financial convenience, as Kit had assumed. It was something more purposeful. Edmund had arranged his financial affairs, with your considerable assistance, to ensure that the full picture of his estate would never be examined too closely, because a sufficiently thorough examination would surface not merely the redistributed inheritance, but the correspondence beneath it, the history that Edmund had spent 30 years concealing. Kit was looking at Fetch with an expression that had moved, over the course of Miss Marple's account, from suspicion through recognition to something harder and more final. "Toft telephoned you," Kit said quietly. "Not just me. He telephoned you to inform you of his intentions," Miss Marple said. "He telephoned Mr. Fetch to give him the opportunity to come forward voluntarily." Toft was, at his core, a man who believed in giving people the chance to do the right thing. It was, unfortunately, a quality that in this instance proved fatal. Fetch moved then. Not dramatically, there was nothing of the cornered animal about it. He picked up his coffee cup, found it empty, set it down again, and looked at the window with the expression of a man reviewing a very long calculation and finding the sum unchanged. "You can't prove any of this," he said, not aggressively, almost conversationally, as though they were discussing a difference of professional opinion. "The documents Lydia Voss took to Bath yesterday will prove the financial elements comprehensively," Miss Marple said. "The hidden accounts, the systematic withdrawals, the correspondence with the investigators that Toft had assembled. That is not the part that requires proof." She paused. "The question of who struck Reginald Toft behind the yew hedge is, I grant you, a matter for the police and ultimately the courts. But I think, Mr. Fetch, that when Inspector Grieve understands the full scope of what you stood to lose, and when the witnesses are properly questioned about who was seen near the yew hedge, and when your key to Mr. Toft's office is examined, and when the handwriting on those 4 envelopes is compared to your own, the inspector will find himself with considerably more to work with than his current theory provides." Fetch looked at her for a long moment. Something shifted in his face. Not collapse, but a kind of resignation that was almost more disturbing, being so controlled. "He was going to destroy everything," Fetch said, quietly, with the flat affect of a man who has rehearsed this justification many times in the privacy of his own mind. "Everything Edmund spent his life building. Edmund is dead. Whatever he was, whatever he felt, it was private. It belonged to him. Toft had no right to drag it into a courtroom. Toft had no intention of doing so," Miss Marple said gently. "His case concerned the financial impropriety. The personal correspondence was context for his investigators, nothing more. Toft was a discreet man. He would have been discreet to the end. The silence that followed this was of yet another quality, the silence of a man understanding, too late, that the thing he had killed to prevent would not in fact have been prevented by the killing. "You didn't know that," Miss Marple said, with a compassion that was entirely genuine. "You assumed the worst because you had spent 30 years helping Edmund assume the worst. And caution of that particular kind becomes over time, indistinguishable from fear. She folded her hands in her lap. It is one of the saddest things about long deception, in my experience. It makes people unable to recognize the moments when honesty might have saved them. Kit stood and went to the telephone in the hallway without being asked. Miss Marple heard him speak to the Dorchester station in the low, measured tones of someone reporting a fact rather than making an accusation. Dorothy had not moved or spoken since Miss Marple had begun. She sat at the head of the table with the stillness of someone absorbing something that requires complete stillness to absorb. The recognition that the man she had married and mourned and defended in her heart for 3 years had been a man she had understood only partially. That the life they had shared had been built, at least in part, over an architecture of concealment she had not known was there. Miss Marple did not look at her. She felt that Dorothy required, at this moment, the dignity of being unobserved. She looked instead at Fetch, who was looking at the empty coffee cup with the distant expression of a man who has arrived, after a very long journey, at the destination he most wished to avoid. "Edmund never told me about the letter in the drawer," Fetch said, "to no one in particular. I didn't know he had kept it." A pause. "I would have asked him to destroy it." "Yes," said Miss Marple. "I imagine you would have. I didn't plan it," he said. "At the fete, Toft walked behind the hedge, and I followed, and I simply— the stone was there, and I—" He stopped. The professional composure, which had held through everything, developed, for the first and only time, a visible fracture. Edmund was my oldest friend. Whatever else he was, whatever else we were to each other, he was my oldest friend. And Toft was going to open everything up and let the light in, and Edmund would have hated that more than anything. "Edmund is gone," Miss Marple said quietly. "He cannot be hurt by light any longer. Only the living can." She said it without judgment. It was simply, in her experience, true. When Inspector Grieve arrived 35 minutes later, flushed from driving and already composing his revised understanding of the case, he found Gerald Fetch sitting at the breakfast table with the composed and empty expression of a man who has set down a weight so long carried that its absence has left him without any clear sense of what to do next. Miss Marple had moved to the window, where she stood with her knitting, watching a pair of sparrows dispute possession of the bird bath with the cheerful ferocity of creatures entirely unburdened by consequence. She had, she thought, one chapter still to complete. Chapter 10. Aftermath. 3 days after Gerald Fetch was taken to Dorchester in Inspector Grieve's car, with the subdued cooperation of a man who has, at some fundamental level, ceased to resist, Mellowfield returned to the business of being itself. This was not, Miss Marple reflected, as straightforward as it might appear. Villages did not simply resume after murders in the way that rivers resume after a stone has been dropped into them. The ripples continued outward long after the immediate disturbance had settled, touching banks and eddies that seemed, on the surface, entirely unconnected to the original event. She had observed this in St. Mary Mead, after the Prothero affair, and after the matter of poor Colonel Bantry's library, and she observed it now in Mellowfield with the same patient, unsentimental attention she brought to everything. The W.I. resumed its meetings. The Wheatsheaf resumed its custom. Mrs. Fellows resumed her position at the post office counter with the air of someone whose professional responsibilities had, over the past week, been both vindicated and somewhat overtaken by events beyond even her considerable intelligence network. But things were different, in the way that things are always different after a truth of sufficient weight has passed through a community. People smiled at their neighbors with the fractionally increased warmth of those who have recently been reminded that ordinary life is not, in fact, ordinary, and should not be treated as though it will last forever. Miss Marple remained at the hall for 4 more days, at Dorothy's quiet request. She did not dramatize this, or make it feel like charity, which would have been unkind. She simply stayed, and had her tea, and went on her walks, and was present in the reliable, undramatic way that is, in genuine distress, more useful than any amount of active assistance. Dorothy moved through those days with the careful deliberateness of someone learning to walk on ground she is no longer entirely certain will hold her. The revelation about Edmund had struck not with the force of a blow, Dorothy was too composed for that, but with the slow, penetrating quality of cold water finding its way through stone. It did not destroy. It merely altered, permanently, the shape of what it touched. She spoke of it to Miss Marple only once, on the third evening, when they were sitting after dinner with their respective cups of tea, and the long summer light was finally withdrawing from the garden. "I keep thinking," Dorothy said, "that I should feel deceived, or angry, and I do feel those things, but underneath them there's something else, something more like—" She searched for the word with the earnest concentration of someone for whom imprecision feels dishonest. Sadness. For him, for what he was unable to be. "That is not an ungenerous response," Miss Marple said. "Is it naive?" "No," said Miss Marple. "It is, I think, the most accurate response available. Edmund was a man formed entirely by his time, and his class, and his fear of both. He made choices that caused harm. To Eleanor, to Kit, to you, and those choices cannot be excused, but they can be understood. Understanding is not the same as forgiveness, and neither is the same as condoning." She paused. "I have found, over a great many years, that most human cruelty is not the cruelty of monsters. It is the cruelty of people who were frightened, and chose concealment over honesty, and found that concealment, once chosen, is very difficult to unchoose." Dorothy was quiet for a moment. "And Fetch?" "Fetch loved Edmund," Miss Marple said simply. "In whatever form that love existed, and whatever compromises it had required of both of them across 30 years. He killed Toft because he believed he was protecting Edmund's memory. He was wrong. About Toft's intentions, about the necessity of the act, about what protection actually means." She looked at her teacup. "People who commit crimes out of love are not, in my experience, the easiest cases to feel simply about. They require a more complicated response than pure condemnation. That does not alter the fact that Reginald Toft is dead, and that a court will need to answer for it clearly, whatever complications we feel privately." Dorothy nodded slowly, and they sat together in the diminishing light, and said nothing further, and found this entirely sufficient. Kit Ashworth came to say goodbye on the morning of Miss Marple's departure. He was leaving for London. There were solicitors to see, accounts to unravel, the long, unglamorous work of restoring what could be restored of Eleanor's estate. He had engaged a new firm in the brisk, decisive manner of someone who has spent 6 months being cautious and has decided that caution has run its course. He stood in the hallway of the hall with his case, the same single case he had arrived with, and looked at Miss Marple with an expression she had not previously seen on his face. It took her a moment to identify it, because it was an expression more common on younger faces than his. It was relief. The particular relief of someone who has been carrying a question for a very long time and has finally, whatever the cost, received its answer. "I owe you an apology," he said. "Whatever for?" said Miss Marple. "I dismissed you," he said. "When I first saw you, I decided you were decorative." "Harmless. Most people do," Miss Marple said pleasantly. "I find it enormously useful." Something moved across Kit's face that was the closest she had seen him come to a smile. "I imagine you do." He paused. "My mother, Eleanor, whatever she and Toft were to each other all those years ago, do you think she was happy in the end?" Miss Marple considered this with the seriousness it deserved. "I think," she said carefully, "that she made a choice that seemed correct by the measures available to her at the time, and that she lived within that choice with as much grace as she could manage. Whether that constitutes happiness is perhaps a question only she could have answered." She looked at Kit steadily. "But I think she loved you. That is in the record clearly enough. And it is, I have always found, not nothing." Kit picked up his case. At the door he turned back, with the air of someone remembering something they have been meaning to say for several days. "How did you know?" he said, "about the letter. That it was written by Edmund rather than Eleanor. How did you know?" Miss Marple smiled her small, mild smile. "The signature," she said. "E. Everyone assumed it stood for Eleanor, because Eleanor had written to Toft before, because the obvious explanation was that the letter was hers. But I had seen the way Toft spoke of Eleanor to the Reverend. With grief, yes, but without the particular weight of someone protecting a secret. Whereas when the Reverend described Toft's relationship with Edmund Ashworth, there was a different quality entirely, a guardedness, as though even speaking of it required careful navigation." She paused. "And then there was the way Fetch reacted when I mentioned the photograph. Not with the guilt of someone who had done something wrong, with the grief of someone who had lost something they had never been permitted to acknowledge openly. That is a quite distinct expression, when one knows to look for it." Kit nodded slowly. "And you thought to look for it?" "I always think to look for everything," Miss Marple said. "One never knows in advance which detail will prove consequential. That is rather the point." Mrs. Beale drove her to the station in the old estate car, with the comfortable taciturnity of someone who has said everything that needs saying and is content to let the rest be. The Mellowfield platform was empty except for a young mother with a pram and the station master, who touched his cap at Miss Marple with the grave courtesy of a man who understood that she was departing somewhat elevated in his esteem. She sat in her compartment as the train pulled out through the summer fields, her knitting bag on the seat beside her, and the Mellowfield countryside moving past the window in long, unhurried panels of green and gold. She thought about Edmund Ashworth, who had built a life over a secret, and found that the secret outlasted the life and caused damage he had not intended and could no longer manage. She thought about Reginald Toft, who had loved quietly for 15 years and done his careful, honest work, and died for the sin of meaning well. She thought about Eleanor, who had chosen the life expected of her, and written one letter she had not meant anyone else to read, and whose handwriting had been the wrong shape for a different kind of truth. She thought about Gerald Fetch, who had confused love with ownership and protection with violence, and who was now in a remand cell in Dorchester learning, in the hardest available way, the distinction. She thought, as she always did at the conclusion of these matters, about how small the original fault was, how modest, how human, how entirely ordinary the fear from which everything had grown. A man unable to be what he was, a choice made in silence, 30 years of careful concealment. And then, because concealment always eventually meets the thing it is concealing from, the moment of collision, sharp, sudden, irreversible. People, Miss Marple thought, looking at the fields, are so very much more complicated than they appear, and so very much more similar to one another than they would ever choose to admit. The train moved on through the summer afternoon. Her needles resumed their quiet rhythm, too plain, too pearl, the pattern holding itself together stitch by careful stitch. Outside Mellowfield, a sparrow landed briefly on the station fence, and then, as the train's wind reached it, lifted away into the wide, unhurried blue of the English summer sky. Miss Marple watched it go, and was, as she very nearly always was, entirely composed. In Mellowfield, the elm trees stood in their long afternoon shadows. The WI discussed the autumn schedule, and the annual summer fete took its place among the village's permanent stories, told first with horror, then with the lowered voice of recent tragedy, and finally, as all village stories eventually are, with a kind of dark and wondering pride. They had had a murder. They had had Miss Marple. And the truth, however unwelcome, had been found. Which is, Miss Marple would have said, the very least one can ask of it. Where are you watching this story from? Tell me in the comments. Don't forget to subscribe and share where you're watching from. Chapter 1. The Summer Fete at Blackthorn Hollow. The village of Blackthorn Hollow lay nestled among rolling green hills and ancient hedgerows, a place where life seemed to move at a gentler pace than in the outside world. The cottages were built of honey-coloured stone, their gardens overflowing with roses and foxgloves. The church bell marked the hours, and the village gossip marked everything else. On a warm June afternoon, the annual summer fete had drawn nearly every resident into the grounds of Blackthorn Manor. Children raced between brightly coloured stalls, while elderly ladies arranged homemade cakes beneath striped tents. The vicar supervised a raffle with great seriousness, and somewhere behind the orchard, a brass band struggled bravely through a spirited march. It was, by all appearances, a perfect village day. Among the guests sat Miss Marple. She occupied a small folding chair near a table of preserves and embroidery, knitting steadily as she observed the festivities through mild blue eyes. Many people made the mistake of believing that Miss Marple was absent-minded. Those who knew her better understood that very little escaped her notice. "Such a delightful turnout," said Mrs. Finch, settling beside her. "It is indeed," replied Miss Marple. Mrs. Finch lowered her voice. "Though I dare say some people are attending for reasons other than village spirit." Miss Marple smiled faintly. There were always reasons. Human beings, she often reflected, rarely did anything for only one purpose. Across the lawn, a tall gentleman stood near the refreshment tent. His name was Edmund Harrow. He had lived for the past 2 years in a lonely cottage on the edge of the village known as Rowan Cottage. The building sat alone beyond the woods, overlooking an abandoned quarry. Nobody knew very much about Mr. Harrow. He had arrived suddenly. He kept largely to himself. He travelled occasionally to London and received visitors so infrequently that their appearances became village events. Naturally, this made him the subject of endless speculation. Mrs. Finch nodded discreetly toward him. "There he is." Said Miss Marple. "Mr. Harrow. Ah, I have always thought him rather mysterious." "Many people are mysterious," said Miss Marple, "only because we don't know them well." Mrs. Finch considered this. Perhaps. Yet she looked unconvinced. At that moment, another figure approached Edmund Harrow. The newcomer was Dr. Julian Mercer, the village physician. Several villagers noticed the meeting. More importantly, several noticed that it did not appear to be a friendly one. Dr. Mercer spoke briefly. Mr. Harrow replied. Neither man smiled. The conversation lasted less than a minute before Dr. Mercer turned sharply and walked away. A few heads turned, a few eyebrows rose, and several theories were born instantly. "Interesting," murmured Miss Marple. "What is?" asked Mrs. Finch. "Oh, nothing." Miss Marple resumed her knitting, but she watched Dr. Mercer disappear into the crowd. As the afternoon progressed, the fete became livelier. The mayor prepared to announce the winner of the flower competition. Children crowded around the lemonade stand. The brass band attempted another march. And then a scream shattered the pleasant atmosphere. The sound came from near the orchard. Conversation stopped. Music ceased abruptly. People turned. A young woman came running across the lawn. It was Clara Webb, the schoolteacher. Her face had gone completely white. There's someone in the orchard." The crowd surged forward. "What happened? Who is it? Good heavens, girl, speak!" Clara pointed with a trembling hand. "Mr. Harrow." A terrible silence followed. Then villagers rushed toward the orchard. Miss Marple rose carefully from her chair. Unlike many of the others, she did not hurry. She had learned long ago that haste rarely improved observation. By the time she reached the orchard, a crowd had gathered beneath a large apple tree. Several people stepped aside, and there, lying among the fallen blossoms, was Edmund Harrow, dead. Dr. Mercer knelt beside the body. After a moment he stood. His expression told everyone what his words merely confirmed. "I'm afraid there's nothing to be done." Mrs. Finch gasped. Someone began to cry. The vicar removed his hat. Miss Marple looked quietly at the dead man. A small wound was visible near his temple. There was surprisingly little blood. His face appeared frozen, in an expression not of fear, but of astonishment, as though the final thing he had seen was something he could scarcely believe. Inspector Lionel Graves arrived less than an hour later from the neighboring town. He was a practical man with a square jaw and little patience for village speculation. Unfortunately, Blackthorn Hollow specialized in village speculation. By evening, the rumors had spread through every cottage and lane. Mr. Harrow had been murdered. That much seemed certain. The question was why, and perhaps more importantly, by whom. As Inspector Graves began interviewing witnesses, an odd detail emerged. Several villagers reported seeing Mr. Harrow leave the fete shortly before his body was discovered. He had apparently received a handwritten note. No one knew who had delivered it. No one had read its contents. Yet multiple witnesses agreed on one point. After reading the message, Mr. Harrow had looked deeply disturbed. Then he had walked toward the orchard, alone. Inspector Graves considered this significant. Miss Marple considered something else significant. As the crowd dispersed and the evening shadows lengthened, she wandered quietly through the orchard. No one paid much attention to her. An elderly lady taking a stroll was hardly remarkable. She paused near the place where the body had been found. Then she glanced toward the distant woods. Beyond them stood Rowan Cottage, the lonely house where Edmund Harrow had lived. A house that, according to village legend, concealed secrets no one had ever uncovered. Miss Marple's gaze lingered there. Something about the entire affair troubled her. Not the murder itself. Murder, sadly, was all too understandable. Human beings had always been capable of terrible things. No, what troubled her was something far smaller, something nearly everyone else had overlooked. A tiny inconsistency. A detail so insignificant that it seemed hardly worth mentioning. Miss Marple smiled faintly to herself. Often, she reflected, the smallest details proved the most important. And somewhere within Blackthorn Hollow, someone had already begun to worry that they had missed one. The murderer, after all, had not expected Miss Marple to be present, and that, as events would soon reveal, was their first mistake. Chapter 2. Gossip Beneath the Church Bell. By the following morning, Blackthorn Hollow was no longer the peaceful village it had been 24 hours earlier. The murder of Edmund Harrow had settled over the community like a dark cloud, touching every conversation and every household. Curtains twitched more frequently than usual. Doors opened for whispered exchanges. People who had scarcely spoken for months now found reasons to linger at garden gates. As Miss Marple often observed, nothing travelled faster than gossip, except perhaps fear. The church bell struck 9 as villagers gathered outside the bakery and post office. Small groups formed beneath the warm summer sunlight. Each group had a theory, and each theory contradicted the others. "He must have had enemies in London," declared Mr. Pritchard the butcher. "Nonsense," replied Mrs. Finch. "It was clearly someone from the village. Why else lure him to the orchard? Perhaps robbery. Nothing was stolen. That we know of." The discussions continued endlessly. Miss Marple, walking slowly toward the post office, listened without appearing to do so. A useful habit. People revealed astonishing things when they believed nobody was paying attention. Near the churchyard, she encountered the vicar, Reverend Collins. The normally cheerful clergyman looked troubled. "A dreadful business, Miss Marple." "Yes, indeed. I scarcely slept." "No?" The vicar shook his head. "Poor Mr. Harrow. He attended services occasionally, though he was never particularly forthcoming about himself. Some people find confidence difficult." "Quite." The Reverend hesitated. "Still, there was always a sadness about him." Miss Marple looked interested. "A sadness? Perhaps that's the wrong word." He frowned thoughtfully. "No, not sadness exactly. More like a man expecting something unpleasant." Miss Marple filed the observation away. People often noticed more than they realized. "You saw him often?" she asked. Often enough. And you formed that impression consistently? Yes. The Reverend seemed surprised by his own certainty. Miss Marple thanked him and continued her walk. Meanwhile, Inspector Lionel Graves had established a temporary office in the village hall. The building buzzed with activity. Witnesses arrived throughout the morning. Statements were recorded. Timelines were constructed. Names were noted. By midday, one fact had emerged clearly. Nearly everyone in Blackthorn Hollow knew something about Edmund Harrow. Yet nobody seemed to know very much. He had arrived 2 years earlier. He paid his bills promptly. He kept largely to himself. He occasionally travelled to London, and he received letters more frequently than visitors. Inspector Graves found this irritating. A murdered man should possess a clearer history. Instead, Harrow seemed composed of fragments. The inspector sat across from Clara Webb, the school teacher who had discovered the body. She twisted a handkerchief nervously. "Tell me again exactly what happened." "I was walking through the orchard," she said. "I wanted some fresh air before the flower competition announcement. Alone, yes. And then I saw someone lying beneath the tree." Her voice trembled. "At first I thought he had fainted." The inspector nodded. "You didn't see anyone leaving?" "No." "No unusual sounds?" "No." The answer frustrated him. Every witness seemed to offer the same thing. Details without answers. Later that afternoon, another interview produced more promising results. Dr. Julian Mercer sat opposite the inspector. The physician appeared calm, though faint shadows beneath his eyes suggested a sleepless night. Several villagers had reported seeing him arguing with Harrow shortly before the murder. Naturally, Inspector Graves wished to discuss it. "You spoke with Mr. Harrow at the fete?" "Yes." "You appeared to disagree." Dr. Mercer folded his hands. "We did." "What about?" For a moment, the doctor seemed reluctant. Then he sighed. "A personal matter. I'm afraid that's not sufficient." The doctor's jaw tightened. "I had loaned him money." The inspector raised an eyebrow. "Money? A modest sum. When?" "Several months ago. And he hadn't repaid it." "No." "Did this cause your argument?" "In part." The inspector made a note. "Did you threaten him?" "Certainly not." "Did he threaten you?" "No." "What happened after the conversation ended?" "I returned to the refreshments tent." "And remained there?" "Most of the afternoon." The inspector studied him carefully. Dr. Mercer met his gaze without hesitation. Yet something about the exchange felt incomplete. The doctor was answering questions, but not all of them. As the day wore on, another topic dominated village conversation: Rowan Cottage, the isolated house where Edmund Harrow had lived. The cottage stood beyond the woods, separated from the village by nearly half a mile of winding path. Now that its owner was dead, curiosity regarding the place increased dramatically. Stories multiplied. Some claimed Harrow had hidden valuables there. Others insisted he had been writing a book. One particularly imaginative rumor suggested he had once been a spy. Miss Marple dismissed most of these theories immediately. Villagers possessed remarkable imaginations. Reality was usually less exciting and far more dangerous. That evening, she found herself walking with Mrs. Finch near the edge of the woods. Their path provided a distant view of Rowan Cottage. The small stone building stood silent beneath the fading sky. Its windows reflected the last traces of sunlight. "Rather eerie, isn't it?" said Mrs. Finch. "I suppose so. They say the police searched it today." "Yes, and found nothing." Miss Marple glanced toward her companion. "Nothing? That's what everyone is saying." Mrs. Finch lowered her voice. "Though apparently one room was locked." Miss Marple stopped walking. "Locked?" "Quite firmly, according to Mr. Pritchard's nephew." The nephew in question was known for gathering information from questionable sources. Nevertheless, the detail caught Miss Marple's attention. "How interesting." "They couldn't get inside, couldn't they?" "Not immediately." Mrs. Finch nodded eagerly. The key was missing. Miss Marple looked again toward the distant cottage. A locked room. The phrase alone carried a certain significance. Not because locked rooms were mysterious, They rarely were. Rather because people tended to lock away things they wished others not to see. The question was what Edmund Harrow had hidden, and from whom. That same evening, Inspector Graves received the preliminary report from officers who had searched Rowan Cottage. The document was brief. No obvious valuables, no signs of forced entry, no evidence of recent burglary. However, one detail stood out. A room on the upper floor had indeed been locked. When officers finally gained access, they discovered something unexpected. The room was almost entirely empty. A desk, a chair, a bookshelf. Nothing more. Yet signs indicated it had been used regularly. Dust patterns, suggested objects, had recently been removed. The inspector stared thoughtfully at the report. Removed by whom? And when? If Harrow had hidden something there, it was gone now. Perhaps it had vanished before the murder. Perhaps afterward. Neither possibility pleased him. As darkness settled over Blackthorn Hollow, Miss Marple sat beside her window with a cup of tea. The village appeared peaceful once more, but appearances, she knew, could be deceptive. Her thoughts drifted from one person to another, Dr. Mercer, Clara Webb, the vicar, the various villagers, and finally Edmund Harrow himself, a man who had arrived with secrets, a man who had died because of them. Somewhere among the fragments, a pattern was beginning to emerge. Not a solution. Not yet. Merely a shape. A faint outline visible through the fog. Then she remembered something, a small detail from the fete. Something she had noticed without fully considering it. A detail connected not to the murder itself, but to the note Harrow had received. Miss Marple set down her teacup. The memory remained frustratingly incomplete, yet instinct told her it mattered. Perhaps, very much indeed. Outside, the church bell struck 10. Across the darkened fields, Rowan Cottage stood silent and empty. Or at least, that was what everyone believed. For at that very moment, a shadow moved briefly behind one of its upstairs windows. A single flicker of light. Gone almost as soon as it appeared, and unseen by everyone except one passing villager, who hurried home before convincing himself he must have imagined it. Chapter 3. The Locked Room at Rowan Cottage. The morning after the strange flicker of light in Rowan Cottage's upper window arrived with a deceptive calm. Blackthorn Hollow, as if recovering its manners after the shock of murder, resumed its quieter rhythms. Milk carts rattled along narrow lanes. Gardeners bent once more over their flower beds. The bakery reopened early, and the comforting smell of warm bread drifted through the village streets. Yet beneath this ordinary surface, everything had shifted. People no longer spoke of Edmund Harrow in hushed tones alone. They spoke of him constantly, as though repetition might somehow turn confusion into understanding. Miss Marple, walking slowly toward the edge of the village, noted this with quiet interest. Human beings, she reflected, disliked uncertainty more than almost anything else. They preferred even an unpleasant explanation to none at all. Inspector Graves, however, appeared to be developing the patience of a man forced to live without explanations. He had spent the morning at Rowan Cottage. Now, returning to the village hall for yet another round of interviews, he looked as though he had been arguing with the walls themselves. Miss Marple encountered him near the green. "Good morning, Inspector," she said gently. "Is it?" he replied without humour. "That bad?" he exhaled. "The cottage tells me nothing useful, Miss Marple. And I don't like things that tell me nothing." "That is understandable," she said. "It's a perfectly ordinary house," he continued irritably. "Too ordinary. That's the problem." Miss Marple considered this. Ordinary things can be very misleading. The inspector gave her a sharp glance, then softened slightly. "I suppose so. Still, there's a locked room upstairs." "Yes," said Miss Marple. "You've heard. Only second-hand." Graves rubbed his forehead. "Well, we got into it eventually. No forced entry. No signs of struggle. Just a desk, a chair, and a bookshelf. Almost nothing else. That is curious." "It is," he admitted. "But here's what bothers me. He stopped walking. The room has been used recently, not abandoned. Someone cleared it out deliberately. Papers, objects, gone. But why leave the furniture? Miss Marple nodded slowly. A room is not always emptied for practical reasons, she said. Sometimes it is emptied for emotional ones. The inspector frowned. I'm not sure I follow. That is quite all right, she replied kindly, and she continued on her way. By midday, another development drew attention. A visitor had arrived in Blackthorn Hollow. The news spread quickly, as such things always did. A young woman had been seen at the village station asking for directions to Rowan Cottage. By the time she reached the village hall, Inspector Graves had already been informed. She introduced herself as Miss Eleanor Vance. Her clothing was simple but neat. Her manner composed, though faintly tense around the eyes. I was told Mr. Harrow lived here, she said. The inspector studied her. He did. He's dead. A pause. I know, she replied quietly. That answer changed the atmosphere immediately. Graves gestured for her to sit. You knew him? Yes. Closely. Another pause. Yes. Miss Marple, who had happened to be passing the hall entrance, paused just long enough to observe the young woman through the open door. There are moments, she often thought, when people say far more in silence than in words. Inside, the questioning continued. How did you know Mr. Harrow? Graves asked. We met in London, Miss Vance said, 2 years ago. And you came here now because… I received a letter. The inspector leaned forward. A letter from him? Yes. Recently. She hesitated again. No. Before he died. But it arrived late. Late? It was delayed in posting. Graves frowned. Show it to me. Miss Vance hesitated, then removed an envelope from her bag. The inspector read it carefully. The letter was brief, polite, vague. It requested her visit to Rowan Cottage when circumstances allowed. Nothing more. No explanation. No urgency. Yet the timing was troubling. Did you come immediately after reading it? He asked. No. I came when I could. And what did you expect to find here? She looked down at her hands. Answers. The word lingered in the room longer than expected. That afternoon, Miss Marple made her way toward Rowan Cottage. No one paid much attention to her leaving the village. Elderly ladies often walked. It was not unusual. But Miss Marple was not walking aimlessly. She had a purpose. The cottage appeared unchanged from a distance. Stone walls weathered by time. A garden that had once been tended but now leaned toward neglect. Yet something about it felt paused, as though the house itself were waiting. She approached the front door. It was unlocked. Inside, the air carried the faint scent of dust and old paper. Inspector Graves was already there, speaking with a constable. He nodded as she entered. You're persistent, Miss Marple. I am merely curious, she said. He gestured toward the stairs. You'll want to see the room. Together they climbed. The upper landing was narrow, the corridor dim despite the daylight filtering through small windows. The locked room stood at the end. Now open. The inspector pushed the door fully. Miss Marple stepped inside. It was, as described, almost empty. Desk, chair, bookshelf. Yet emptiness, she knew, was often deceptive. She walked slowly around the room. You said everything had been removed, she asked. Papers, personal items, anything of value. She stopped near the desk. A faint rectangular discoloration marked its surface. Something had been there for a long time. Something regularly placed and rarely moved. Photographs, she said quietly. The inspector looked up. Possibly, he admitted. Miss Marple turned toward the bookshelf. The dust pattern there was uneven, not random. Intentional. Someone had removed books selectively. Not all, only certain ones. She ran a finger lightly along the shelf edge. Interesting, she murmured. What is? Graves asked. People often remove what they do not wish to be read, but they are rarely careful enough to remove all traces of what they have taken. The inspector sighed. Do you see something I don't? Oh yes, said Miss Marple pleasantly. but I am not yet sure what it means. That, she knew, was the most important stage of observation. Not certainty, recognition of pattern. They left the room shortly after. Downstairs, Miss Vance was still in the cottage. She stood near the window, looking out toward the orchard. When Miss Marple passed her in the hallway, the young woman gave a slight nod. Their eyes met briefly. Miss Marple noticed something then. Not guilt, not fear, something more subtle. Expectation, as though Miss Vance were waiting for something to be confirmed or denied. Outside, Inspector Graves spoke in a low voice. "I don't like this," he said. "We've got a dead man, a locked room emptied of contents, and now a woman arriving with a delayed letter from the victim." "Yes," said Miss Marple, "and nothing connects properly." "Not yet." He looked at her. "Do you think it will?" Miss Marple paused. "In my experience," she said gently, "things always connect. The difficulty is understanding where the connection begins." The inspector rubbed his jaw. "You think the room is important?" "I think," she replied carefully, "that it contains evidence of a life we have not yet understood." Graves gave a short laugh without humor. "A life we don't understand seems to be the theme of this case." "Yes," said Miss Marple. "That is often the case with murder." That evening, as the sun lowered behind the hills, Miss Marple stood once again near the orchard, the place of death. The apple tree still bore scattered blossoms, though they now seemed less cheerful than before. Some villagers avoided the area entirely. Others passed through quickly, as though daring themselves not to think about what had occurred there. Miss Marple remained still. She was thinking about the letter, and about Miss Vance, and about the empty room upstairs in Rowan Cottage. Three elements, separate, yet not unrelated. Somewhere, she felt certain, a sequence had been disrupted. A sequence that, if properly understood, would reveal not only how Edmund Harrow had died, but why his death had been arranged so carefully to look like something else entirely. Behind her, the wind moved softly through the orchard trees, and for a brief moment she thought she heard footsteps where no one was visible. When she turned, there was nothing, only the fading light and the quiet certainty that the next discovery would not come from what was seen, but from what someone had tried very hard to hide. Chapter 4. The Woman from London. The next morning brought rain to Blackthorn Hollow. It was not a violent storm, nor even a dramatic one. Rather, it was the kind of steady, patient rain that seemed designed to encourage reflection. It turned the lanes into glossy ribbons, softened the edges of hedgerows, and made even the village church appear slightly subdued beneath the grey sky. Miss Marple rather liked such mornings. They suited thought. Inspector Graves, however, did not share her appreciation. He arrived at the village hall earlier than usual, coat damp, expression sharper than the weather. Inside, the atmosphere was already shifting again. News had spread overnight that the woman from London, Miss Eleanor Vance, had taken a room at the small inn near the green. That alone would have been enough to stir conversation, but there was more. She had asked questions, too many, according to some villagers, and not always the right ones. Miss Marple heard this as she passed the bakery. "She keeps going on about Rowan Cottage," Mrs. Finch whispered to another woman. "As if she owns the place." "Perhaps she does," the other replied. "You never know with these London types." Miss Marple said nothing, but she noted the phrasing, "as if she owns the place." Possession was a revealing concept. People rarely asked questions about property unless they believed they had some right to it. At the village hall, Inspector Graves was already interviewing Miss Vance again. She sat calmly, hands folded, though her gaze moved occasionally toward the window as if measuring the distance between herself and something unseen. "You went to Rowan Cottage again this morning," Graves said. "Yes, without permission. It is not locked," she replied evenly. "That is not the point." A brief silence. Then she said, "I am trying to understand what happened there." The inspector studied her. "You are not from here." "No. You had no prior connection to the village." "That is not strictly true," she said after a pause. Graves leaned forward. "Explain." Miss Vance hesitated, just long enough to be noticeable. Then she said, "Edmund Harrow asked me to come here." The inspector frowned. "In his letter?" "Yes. But you told me the letter did not explain anything." "It didn't." "Then how do you know he wanted you here?" Her fingers tightened slightly around her handbag. "Because I knew him well enough to understand what he meant." Graves was not convinced. "People misunderstand each other all the time." "Yes," she said softly. "That is true." The tone unsettled him more than the words. Meanwhile, Miss Marple had made her way toward the inn. The rain had eased, leaving the village washed and glistening. Water dripped steadily from rooftops. The air smelled of wet stone and damp earth. Inside the inn, Miss Vance was staying in a modest room overlooking the green. Miss Marple did not go directly to her. Instead, she paused in the hallway and spoke to the innkeeper. A few gentle questions, a few carefully placed observations. It was remarkable, she often thought, how much people revealed when they believed themselves to be offering harmless information. "She keeps to herself mostly," the innkeeper said. "Polite, though a bit distracted." "Distracted?" Miss Marple repeated. "Yes, as if she's waiting for something." That word again, waiting. Miss Marple thanked her and continued upstairs. She did not knock immediately. Instead, she listened. There were faint sounds from within the room. Movement, a drawer opening, closing, then silence. Finally, she tapped gently. A pause. Then the door opened. Miss Vance appeared composed, though her expression tightened slightly when she saw her visitor. "Miss Marple," she said. "Yes, my dear. I'm afraid I'm rather busy. I shan't stay long." That, of course, was rarely true in practice. Miss Vance stepped aside to allow her entry. The room was neat, but not personal. A suitcase lay half open on the bed. Papers were arranged on the small writing table. Letters. Miss Marple's gaze rested on them briefly. "May I sit?" she asked. "Of course." A pause. Then Miss Marple said, "You were not entirely honest with Inspector Graves." Miss Vance did not respond immediately. Then she said carefully, "About what exactly?" "About Mr. Harrow's letter." The younger woman's expression did not change, but something in the air seemed to tighten. "It was genuine," she said. "I am sure it was," Miss Marple replied, "but that is not the same as complete." Silence. Then Miss Vance asked, "Why are you interested?" "Because," said Miss Marple gently, "people do not usually travel across the country on the basis of a vague invitation from a dead man." A flicker of discomfort crossed Miss Vance's face. "You think I am lying." "I think," said Miss Marple, "that you are telling the truth as you understand it, but not necessarily all of it." The distinction was subtle but important. Miss Vance turned away slightly. "He wanted me to come," she said again. "Why?" "I don't know." Miss Marple studied her. "That is an interesting answer. It is the only one I have." "And yet you came immediately after his death was reported," Miss Marple said softly. A pause. "That is correct." "And you went directly to Rowan Cottage?" "Yes." "Before speaking to anyone else?" "Yes." Miss Marple nodded. "Most people," she said, "would have gone first to the police, or at least asked questions in the village." Miss Vance's voice tightened slightly. "I was not most people." "No," Miss Marple agreed pleasantly. "You are not." Later that afternoon, Inspector Graves joined Miss Marple on the village green. The rain had stopped entirely now. A pale light broke through the clouds. "I don't trust her," he said without preamble. "Miss Vance?" "Yes. Why not?" "She's too controlled, too careful with her words. And she arrived at exactly the wrong moment." "Or the right one," Miss Marple suggested. Graves gave her a look. "That depends on perspective." "Indeed," she said. He paced slightly. "She claims Harrow summoned her, but there's no evidence he expected her visit at all." "Letters can be misleading," Miss Marple said. "Or forged." "Yes." The inspector stopped walking. "You think she forged it?" "I did not say that. But you are considering it." Miss Marple folded her hands. I am considering many things. Graves exhaled sharply. This case is turning into a tangle. Harrow had secrets. The woman from London has secrets. The doctor has financial issues. And the locked room… Yes, it still bothers me, he admitted, as it should, because whatever was in that room is gone. Miss Marple nodded slowly. And therefore, she said, we must ask why it was removed before anyone even understood it mattered. The inspector frowned. That assumes premeditation, does it not? He did not answer immediately. That was often how Miss Marple knew she had planted a thought successfully. As evening approached, Miss Marple returned to the edge of the orchard. The village was quieter now, subdued after the rain. The air carried the scent of wet grass and distant wood smoke. She stood beneath the familiar apple tree, the scene of death. And yet, as she looked at it now, she did not see only what had happened here. She saw absence, not just of life, but of something removed, something carefully taken away. Her thoughts returned to the locked room, to the missing items, to Miss Vance's controlled uncertainty, and to the letter. A letter that had arrived too late to prevent anything. Or perhaps, she thought, precisely on time for something else entirely. Behind her, footsteps approached. Inspector Graves joined her quietly. You come here often, he said. I find it helpful. To think, to observe, she corrected gently. He looked out over the orchard. I think we're missing something obvious. Very likely. That is not comforting. Miss Marple smiled faintly. It rarely is. A pause. Then she said, almost to herself, there is a connection forming, but it is still hidden in plain sight. Graves glanced at her. If you see it, why not say so? Because, she replied softly, people rarely accept the truth until they have first exhausted all other possibilities. She turned slightly toward the darkening fields. And I believe, she added, we are not yet finished exhausting them. Above them, the sky continued to clear, revealing the faintest suggestion of stars, and somewhere in the village, a door closed quietly, as though someone had just decided it was time to stop being seen. Chapter 5. The Missing Pages. The following morning, Blackthorn Hollow awoke beneath a sky washed clean by the night's rain. The hedgerows glittered with lingering drops, and the lanes smelled faintly of earth and stone. For a brief moment, the village seemed almost restored to its former peace, though anyone paying close attention would have noticed that peace had become something more fragile, something carefully maintained rather than naturally existing. Miss Marple noticed this immediately. She often thought that villages did not truly return to normal after a disturbance. They only learned to imitate normality more convincingly. At the post office, the imitation was already in full performance. I still say the woman from London is involved, Mrs. Finch declared, selecting a stamp with unnecessary force. Ridiculous, said the butcher's wife. She's barely been here 2 days. Exactly, Mrs. Finch replied. Too sudden, too convenient. Miss Marple stood nearby, pretending to examine postcards. Convenience, she reflected, was a concept people misused constantly. Events were not convenient or inconvenient. They were simply arranged by human intention, and human intention, more often than not, was far from random. Inspector Graves, meanwhile, had begun the day in a significantly less philosophical mood. A discovery had been made at Rowan Cottage. Something missing, something unexpected, and something that altered the shape of the investigation in a way he did not appreciate. Miss Marple found him in the village hall, standing over a table covered in papers. This, he said grimly, is becoming ridiculous. What is? She asked gently. He tapped a document. We've been through Harrow's correspondence again. There are gaps. Gaps. Letters that should exist but don't. References in his notebook to pages that are gone. Torn out. Miss Marple tilted her head slightly. Torn out by him? That's the question, Graves said. Was it him or someone else? He rubbed his jaw. And now there's something else. Miss Marple waited. The locked room upstairs at Rowan Cottage, he continued, was not just emptied of objects, it was partially destroyed. That sounds rather dramatic. It's not obvious at first, he admitted, but one of the floorboards had been replaced recently, poorly. And beneath it, he stopped. Miss Marple's gaze sharpened slightly. Go on. Graves exhaled. Nothing. Or rather, nothing now. But something had been there. Something small. Something carefully removed. Miss Marple said nothing for a moment. Then, so someone removed items from the room and also altered the structure of the room itself. Yes, which suggests preparation, she said thoughtfully. The inspector nodded. Or panic. Yes, she agreed softly. It can be difficult to distinguish between the two. Later that morning, Miss Marple paid a second visit to Rowan Cottage. This time, she did not go alone. A constable accompanied her at a distance, though he pretended not to. Inside, the cottage felt different again. Not physically, but in atmosphere, as though the act of searching had disturbed something intangible. Inspector Graves met her at the base of the stairs. You'll want to see this, he said. They returned to the upper room. Now more carefully examined, it looked even emptier than before. The inspector knelt near the desk. We found this behind it, he said. He held up a small fragment of paper. Miss Marple leaned slightly to see it. The piece was torn irregularly, edges softened by handling. Only a few words remained visible. Not safe to keep here. Miss Marple studied it carefully. Interesting, she said. Graves gave her a sideways look. That's all you're going to say? It depends on what is missing, she replied. The inspector frowned. Missing from what? From context, she said simply. She turned slowly in the room. The removal of objects is one thing, she continued, but the removal of meaning is another. Graves stood. You think the contents of this room mattered more than we understand. I think, Miss Marple said, that Mr. Harrow was a man who understood danger very precisely. And someone else agreed, Graves said. Or disagreed. She corrected gently. A silence followed. Outside, a bird called sharply from the trees. In the village, Miss Vance was once again the subject of conversation. She had been seen walking alone near the churchyard, then later near the inn. Then briefly speaking with the vicar. Each sighting was reported with slightly different interpretations. She's looking for something, said one villager. She's avoiding something, said another. Miss Marple listened to none of it directly, but she heard enough indirectly to form a clearer impression. People rarely agreed on what they observed when emotion interfered. And in Blackthorn Hollow, emotion now shaped almost everything. That afternoon, Miss Marple encountered Miss Vance near the green. The young woman looked pale in the daylight, though composed as always. You are being watched, Miss Marple said gently. Miss Vance did not appear surprised. I expected that, she replied. Do you mind? A pause. Yes, Miss Vance said honestly. But I understand it. That is wise, Miss Marple said. They walked together for a few steps. Then Miss Marple asked, Did you know Mr. Harrow well enough to understand his habits? Miss Vance hesitated. Yes. He was a careful man. Yes. Careful enough to hide things. A pause. Yes. Miss Marple nodded slowly. And careful enough to hide them from people he trusted. Miss Vance looked at her sharply. Perhaps especially from them. The answer was too quick, too precise. Miss Marple filed it away. That evening, Inspector Graves returned with a new development. A second set of letters had been found. These were not from Harrow. They were addressed to him, but not in his handwriting, and not, apparently, from any known correspondent in the village. The inspector placed them on the table between them. These were in a sealed envelope hidden in the cottage, he said. Miss Marple looked down. The handwriting was neat, unfamiliar, and formal. She read silently. Then she asked, When were they written? Over a period of months, Graves said, before the murder. And the content? He hesitated. Warnings, he said finally. Miss Marple looked up. Warnings about what? Graves tapped one of the pages. About trusting the wrong people. A pause. And about something being stored in the house that should not have been there. Miss Marple did not respond immediately. Then she said softly, "So, Mr. Harrow was afraid?" "Yes, and he was being warned." "Yes, and yet he remained here." Graves frowned. "That is what I don't understand." Miss Marple folded her hands. "People often remain where they are threatened," she said gently, "especially when leaving would expose them further." The inspector studied her. "That sounds as though you believe he was trapped." "I believe," she said carefully, "that he was constrained." A silence followed. Outside, the village bell struck 6. As dusk settled, Miss Marple returned once more to the orchard. The air was cooler now, the sky deepening into soft blue-grey. She stood beneath the apple tree again. This time, she noticed something she had not fully appreciated before. Not the tree, not the ground, but the absence of disturbance around a particular patch of earth nearby, a place where no one had stood, or rather, where someone had stood very carefully. She crouched slightly, examining the grass. It was flattened, in a pattern too subtle for most eyes. A brief pause, then she straightened. "So," she murmured to herself. Footsteps approached. Inspector Graves joined her. "You found something," he said immediately. "Perhaps," she replied. He followed her gaze. "What is it?" Miss Marple hesitated, then said, "Not what was taken." Graves frowned. "Then what?" She looked toward the cottage. "What was never intended to be found at all?" The inspector waited for explanation, but Miss Marple did not provide one. Not yet, because she now understood something important. The case was not about a man who had died. It was about something he had known, and something someone else had spent a great deal of effort ensuring he could never fully reveal. Above them, the last light of day faded from the orchard, and in that fading light, the shape of the mystery shifted again, becoming clearer and far more dangerous than anyone in Blackthorn Hollow yet realized. Chapter 6. The Orchard's Unearthed Secret. The morning after Miss Marple's quiet inspection of the orchard brought with it an unusual stillness. Blackthorn Hollow seemed to be holding its breath. Even the usual village sounds, the clatter of carts, the murmur outside the bakery, the distant calls from fields, felt softened, as though the village itself were wary of making too much noise around a secret that had not yet fully revealed itself. Inspector Graves felt it most keenly. He had not slept well. Too many fragments refused to fit together. Torn letters, missing pages, a locked room stripped bare, and now Miss Marple's unsettling certainty that something lay beneath the obvious, something hidden, not just physically, but intentionally. He was waiting in the village hall when she arrived. "You were right about the orchard," he said without greeting. Miss Marple blinked pleasantly. "Was I?" Graves did not smile. "We dug." "And?" The inspector hesitated. "Not much at first, just disturbed soil. But then," he reached into a folder and placed a small object on the table. A metal clasp, old, slightly tarnished, delicately designed. Miss Marple leaned forward. "Ah," she said softly. Graves watched her carefully. "You recognize it?" "No," she replied. "But I recognize what it suggests." The inspector exhaled. "We found it about 2 feet down, buried deliberately." "Anything else?" "Wood fragments, fabric remnants, something once contained there." Miss Marple nodded slowly. "So something was hidden in the orchard, as well as the cottage." "Possibly moved," Graves said. "Or divided." Miss Marple's gaze remained on the clasp. "Or distributed," she murmured. The inspector frowned. "That sounds rather deliberate." "It would have to be," she said. A pause. Then she added, almost to herself, "Very deliberate indeed." By midday, the news had spread quietly through Blackthorn Hollow. Something had been found in the orchard. No one knew exactly what. Only that Inspector Graves had ordered the area cordoned off again, and that Miss Marple had been seen there. This was enough to fuel speculation for the entire village. "She knows more than she lets on," Mrs. Finch declared at the bakery. "She always does," another woman replied. "But she's just an old lady." "That's what makes it worse," said Mrs. Finch. Miss Marple, meanwhile, was walking toward Rowan Cottage once again. This time, she was not alone. Miss Vance had joined her unexpectedly near the green. "I would like to see the orchard," she said. Miss Marple studied her for a moment. "Of course, my dear." They walked in silence for several minutes. The morning air was cool, and the light filtered softly through thinning clouds. Finally, Miss Vance spoke. "You believe I know more than I have said?" Miss Marple considered the question carefully. "I believe," she said, "that everyone knows more than they say. That is not an answer. It is a truth," Miss Marple replied gently. They reached the orchard boundary. The disturbed soil was still visible, marked by faint signs of excavation. Miss Vance stopped abruptly, her breath caught. For a moment she said nothing. Then she asked quietly, "What exactly did they find?" Miss Marple watched her carefully. "A container of some sort," she said. "Buried carefully, perhaps deliberately hidden from view." Miss Vance's hands tightened. "That shouldn't be here." The words were almost involuntary. Miss Marple's gaze sharpened slightly. "Oh?" she said. Miss Vance looked away quickly. "I mean, if it was connected to Mr. Harrow, it should have been in the house." A careful correction, but not quite natural. Miss Marple did not press. Not yet. That afternoon, Inspector Graves called a formal meeting at the village hall. Miss Marple attended, as did Miss Vance, Dr. Mercer, the vicar, and several villagers whose curiosity outweighed their caution. Graves placed the recovered items on the table: the metal clasp, fragments of fabric, and a small, water-damaged notebook. "This," he said, "was buried in the orchard." A murmur passed through the room. The vicar leaned forward. "Belongings of Mr. Harrow." "Possibly," Graves said. Miss Marple did not look at the objects immediately. Instead, she watched the people in the room. Each reaction mattered more than the evidence itself. Dr. Mercer appeared controlled, though his eyes lingered too long on the notebook. Miss Vance sat rigid, her attention fixed, but not on the objects, on Graves himself. The villagers shifted uneasily. Graves opened the notebook. Most pages were damaged, but one section remained partially legible. He read aloud. "If anything happens to me, it will not be accidental. The room must not be opened. The truth is not in what is stored, but in what is missing." A silence followed. Miss Vance closed her eyes briefly. Dr. Mercer exhaled slowly. The vicar murmured a prayer under his breath. Miss Marple, however, leaned forward slightly. "May I see?" she asked. Graves handed her the notebook. She studied it carefully. The handwriting matched earlier samples from Harrow's papers, yet something about the phrasing felt final. Not like fear, more like resignation. She looked up. "This was written shortly before his death," she said. "Yes," Graves confirmed. "And the instruction about the room. It was never to be opened." "But it was," Miss Marple said softly. Graves nodded. "Yes." A pause. Then she added, "Which means someone chose to ignore his warning." The inspector's expression tightened, or had no choice. After the meeting, the room emptied quickly. Only Miss Marple remained seated for a moment longer. Miss Vance lingered near the doorway. When they were alone, Miss Marple spoke gently. "You reacted strongly to the notebook." Miss Vance hesitated. "I knew he kept notes," she said carefully. "But not that he had written that." "No." Miss Marple studied her. "You care about him," she said. It was not a question. Miss Vance's voice softened slightly. "Yes. And yet," Miss Marple continued, "you are not surprised that he feared something." A pause. "No," Miss Vance admitted. Miss Marple nodded slowly. "That is very interesting." She rose. "Because fear, my dear, usually implies understanding." That evening, Inspector Graves walked with Miss Marple near the edge of the orchard again. The sky was turning deep amber. "You're circling something," he said at last. "I am observing," she corrected gently. "Same thing," he muttered. She smiled faintly. "Not quite." Graves stopped walking. "Tell me what you see." Miss Marple looked across the disturbed ground. "I see," she said carefully, A man who believed he was protecting something. And I see that someone else believed that same thing was worth killing for. The inspector frowned. That could be anything. Yes, she agreed. It could. A pause. Then she added softly, which is why the most important question is not what was hidden in the orchard. Graves looked at her sharply. What is it then? Miss Marple turned toward Rowan Cottage in the distance. Why both places were needed. A silence settled between them. The wind moved gently through the orchard trees, and somewhere in the fading light, the case shifted again, not toward resolution, but toward something far more precise. As though all the scattered pieces were finally beginning to align. Just not yet, in a way anyone fully understood. Chapter 7. The Doctor's Uneasy Past. The next morning, Blackthorn Hollow awoke beneath a low, pewter sky. The earlier sense of stillness had not entirely lifted. If anything, it had deepened into something more watchful. Even the birds seemed less certain of themselves, darting between hedges with nervous energy before vanishing again into the trees. Inspector Graves noticed it as soon as he stepped out of the village hall. He was beginning to dislike this village. Not for any obvious reason, there was nothing outwardly unpleasant about it, but because it no longer behaved predictably. Every new detail seemed to rearrange the old ones rather than clarify them. And Miss Marple, as usual, appeared entirely unbothered by this instability. She met him near the green, holding her usual knitting. "You look troubled, Inspector," she said gently. "I am troubled," he replied. "Dr. Mercer wants to speak to me." That suggests you are not surprised. I am rarely surprised when people decide to speak voluntarily, Miss Marple said. It usually means they have decided silence is more dangerous. Graves gave her a sharp look. He didn't say it like that. No, she agreed. He wouldn't. Dr. Julian Mercer was waiting at the village surgery. The building smelled faintly of antiseptic and polished wood. Everything inside was neat, controlled, and reassuring in a way that now felt slightly too deliberate. The doctor himself looked more tired than before. "I understand there are questions about me," he said without preamble. "There are questions about everyone," Graves replied. A faint, humorless smile touched Mercer's lips. "Fair enough." He gestured toward the chairs. "Then I would prefer to answer them directly." Graves sat. Miss Marple, who had accompanied him quietly, remained standing near the doorway, as though she preferred not to intrude too deeply. The doctor noticed her presence but did not comment. Graves opened his notebook. "Let's start with your relationship with Mr. Harrow." Mercer exhaled slowly. "I expected this." "Did you?" "Yes." The inspector waited. "I did not dislike him," Mercer continued, "but I did not trust him either." "Why?" A pause. "Because he asked questions about things he should not have been concerned with." Miss Marple's eyes lifted slightly at that. Graves noticed. "What sort of things?" he asked. Mercer hesitated. "Private matters. That is vague." "It has to be," the doctor said quietly. "Some things are not easily explained without causing harm." Graves leaned forward. "Try me." The doctor looked down at his hands. Mr. Harrow was interested in medical records. Old ones. From years ago. A slight shift in the room's atmosphere. Graves frowned. "Which records?" Mercer hesitated again. "There was a case," he said carefully, "long before I arrived in Blackthorn Hollow. It involved a patient who died under unusual circumstances." Miss Marple did not move, but her attention sharpened. Graves asked, "And Harrow was investigating that?" "I believe so." "Why?" "I don't know." The inspector tapped his pencil once. "You're a doctor. You understand confidentiality. Why would he even have access to that information?" "He didn't," Mercer said. "Not officially." A silence followed. Then Graves said slowly, "So he was digging where he shouldn't have been." "Yes." "And you confronted him about it?" Mercer nodded. "At the fete. I told him to stop." "And did he?" "I don't think he intended to." Miss Marple spoke for the first time. People rarely stop when they believe they are close to understanding something important, she said softly. Both men turned slightly toward her. Mercer studied her for a moment. Exactly, he said. When the interview ended, Dr. Mercer remained behind for a moment after Graves left. Miss Marple lingered as well, as if by accident. The doctor looked at her. "You think I am involved," he said quietly. "I think," she replied gently, "that you are uncomfortable. That is not the same thing." "No," she agreed. "It is not." A pause. Then she asked, "Did Mr. Harrow show you anything?" Mercer's expression tightened. "Why do you ask?" "Because discomfort often comes from recognition," she said. Another silence. Finally, he said, "He showed me a document, a copy of something old." "What kind of document?" "Hospital notes," Mercer admitted. "From years ago." Miss Marple's gaze did not waver. And he claimed it showed negligence." The word hung in the air. Miss Marple nodded slowly. "And did it?" The doctor's voice lowered. "I did not believe so. But he did." "Yes." A pause. "And that," Miss Marple said quietly, "is often where trouble begins." Later that afternoon, Inspector Graves returned with news from London. Old records had been traced. A case from over a decade earlier had indeed occurred in a private medical facility. The patient had died unexpectedly. Officially, it was ruled natural causes. Unofficially, questions had been raised at the time, but never pursued. Graves laid the report on the table. "So Harrow may have been reopening an old case," he said. Miss Marple nodded. "Possibly. And Mercer was connected to it." "Possibly," she repeated. The inspector sighed. "That word again. It is a useful word," she said mildly. Graves rubbed his temples. "But it doesn't give us certainty." "No," she agreed. "It does not." A pause. Then she added, "But it gives us direction." That evening, Miss Marple walked alone toward Rowan Cottage. The sky had cleared slightly, though the light remained muted. She found the constable stationed outside the property and nodded politely as she passed. Inside, the cottage felt unchanged again, yet somehow more aware, as though it had absorbed the questions asked of it. Inspector Graves was upstairs. He greeted her without looking away from a stack of papers. "We've confirmed something," he said. "Have you?" "Yes." He held up a photograph. It showed a younger Dr. Mercer standing beside several colleagues outside a hospital building. Miss Marple studied it. "And this is relevant because—" Graves pointed to another figure in the background. A woman, partially obscured, but unmistakably present in the same time frame as the old medical case. Miss Marple looked closer. Then she said softly, "That is interesting." "Yes," Graves said, "because she was the patient." A silence followed. Miss Marple did not react immediately. Then she said, "So Dr. Mercer was present during that earlier case?" "Yes. And now he is here again." Graves nodded. "And so is the dead man who was investigating it." Miss Marple closed her eyes briefly, as if aligning fragments in her mind. "Yes," she said quietly. "That is the pattern." As they left the cottage, Miss Vance was standing near the gate. She had not been there earlier, or at least neither of them had noticed her. She looked at the cottage, then at them. "I need to tell you something," she said. Graves stiffened slightly. "Go on." Miss Vance hesitated. Mr. Harrow was not only investigating the old medical case. Miss Marple watched her carefully. "What else?" she asked softly. Miss Vance swallowed. "He believed someone in this village had continued what happened back then." A pause, and he believed it had not stopped. The wind moved lightly through the trees. Inspector Graves frowned. "That is a serious accusation." "I know," she said quietly. Miss Marple's expression remained calm, though something behind her eyes had sharpened. "And did he say who?" she asked. Miss Vance hesitated again. Then she said, "He thought it was someone we already trusted." Silence followed, a long one this time. Miss Marple looked toward Rowan Cottage, then toward the village beyond. "Trust," she said softly, almost to herself, "is always the most fragile part of any investigation." Graves looked uneasy. And the most dangerous assumption? Miss Marple nodded once. Yes, she agreed. And now, she added quietly, we are beginning to understand where the danger truly lies. Chapter 8. The Confession That Was Not a Confession. A heavy mist settled over Blackthorn Hollow the following morning, blurring the edges of hedgerows and softening the outlines of cottages until the village seemed half-remembered rather than fully present. Visibility was reduced to short distances, and sounds carried oddly, as though the air itself were reluctant to pass them along unchanged. Inspector Graves disliked mist. It obscured not only sight but certainty. Miss Marple, however, walked through it with unhurried ease, as though she trusted that what mattered would reveal itself regardless of weather. They met near the village green, where the damp grass glistened faintly. "There is something happening," Graves said without greeting. "There is always something happening," Miss Marple replied gently. "This is different." "Is it?" He hesitated. "Miss Vance asked to see me this morning." Miss Marple nodded. "Yes, I expected she might." Graves frowned. "That does not surprise you." "No," she said simply. "People tend to reach a point where silence becomes more uncomfortable than speaking." The inspector exhaled. "She wants to confess something." That finally drew a pause from Miss Marple. "Ah," she said softly. Miss Eleanor Vance was waiting in the village hall when they arrived. She stood by the window, looking out at the mist-shrouded green. When she turned, her expression was composed, but not entirely steady. "I need to tell you what I know," she said immediately. Graves gestured for her to sit. Miss Marple remained standing, her knitting untouched for once. The room felt smaller than usual. "Go on," Graves said. Miss Vance took a breath. "Mr. Harrow did not come here only to investigate an old medical case." The inspector did not respond immediately. Miss Marple's gaze sharpened slightly. Miss Vance continued. "He came because he believed the person responsible for what happened in that case was still practicing medicine." A silence followed. Graves leaned forward. "You are referring to Dr. Mercer." Miss Vance hesitated. "Yes." The word landed heavily in the room. But Miss Marple did not react in the way Graves expected. Instead, she tilted her head slightly. "And yet," she said gently, "that is not what troubles you most, is it?" Miss Vance looked at her quickly. "I don't know what you mean." Miss Marple's voice remained calm. "You are not frightened of what Mr. Harrow discovered." A pause. "You are frightened of what he believed he had discovered." The silence deepened. Graves looked between them. "Explain," he said sharply. Miss Vance's composure wavered slightly. "He found inconsistencies," she said, "in records, in timelines, in who was present during the old case. And he thought someone had changed them." Graves narrowed his eyes. "Dr. Mercer?" Miss Vance hesitated. "Yes." But the hesitation mattered more than the answer. Miss Marple noticed it immediately. "So," she said softly, "Mr. Harrow believed records had been altered, and he believed this alteration pointed to wrongdoing continuing into the present." Miss Vance nodded. "Yes." "And you agreed with him?" Another pause. "No," she said quietly. "I agreed that the records were inconsistent, but I did not agree with his conclusion." Graves frowned. "Then why are you here?" Miss Vance's hands tightened in her lap. "Because," she said. He did not stop there. A silence followed. Miss Marple's voice softened. "What else did he do?" Miss Vance swallowed. "He went to the hospital again. Before he came to the fete, he obtained something new." Graves leaned forward. "What?" "A second copy of the old case file." The inspector's eyes narrowed. "From where?" Miss Vance hesitated. "I don't know." Miss Marple spoke gently. "But you suspect." Miss Vance did not answer. That silence was answer enough. Later that day, Inspector Graves confronted Dr. Mercer again. The mist had lifted slightly, but the air remained heavy, as though reluctant to release its secrets. Mercer stood by the window of his surgery when they entered. "I assume this is about Miss Vance," he said, without turning. "Yes," Graves replied. The doctor turned slowly. "She is mistaken. That is not for you to decide," the inspector said. Mercer gave a faint, tired smile. "Perhaps not." Miss Marple observed him carefully. "You knew Mr. Harrow was investigating you," she said softly. Mercer met her gaze. "I knew he was investigating something, which he believed led to you," she continued. "Yes. And did you correct him?" "I tried," he said. Graves frowned. "What does that mean?" Mercer hesitated. "It means," he said carefully, "that he was not interested in correction." A pause. He believed he had already reached his conclusion. Miss Marple nodded slowly. "And when people reach conclusions too quickly," she said gently, "they often stop listening." Mercer looked at her. "Yes." A silence followed. Then Graves asked, "Did you meet him at the fete to argue?" "Yes." "And what happened after?" "He left." Graves leaned forward. "And later that day he was dead." "Yes," Mercer said quietly. The inspector studied him. Convenient. The doctor did not respond immediately. Then he said, "Only if you assume guilt." Miss Marple's voice interrupted softly. "And if one does not assume guilt?" A pause. "Then," Mercer said, "you must consider coincidence." Miss Marple nodded. "Indeed." But her expression suggested she did not favor coincidence. That evening, Miss Marple walked alone again toward Rowan Cottage. The village felt subdued, almost expectant. Inside the cottage, Inspector Graves was reviewing notes when she arrived. "You've been busy," she said. "I've been frustrated," he corrected. "Sometimes they are the same thing," she replied gently. He gestured toward the table. "We have contradictions everywhere. Miss Vance says Harrow suspected Mercer. Mercer says Harrow misunderstood everything. The records suggest tampering, but nothing connects cleanly." Miss Marple sat. "That is because you are still thinking in straight lines," she said. Graves frowned. "What else is there?" She looked at him. "Patterns," she said simply. A pause. Then she added, "People do not behave randomly in matters of fear or secrecy." The inspector rubbed his forehead. "That is helpful in theory." "It is more than theory," she said. She reached into her knitting basket, but did not begin working. "Tell me," she said instead, "what do all accounts agree upon?" Graves considered. "That Harrow was obsessed with the old case." "Yes." "And that he believed someone was still involved." "Yes." "And that he had proof." "Supposedly." Miss Marple nodded. "Then we must ask ourselves a simpler question." Graves looked up. "What question?" She leaned slightly forward. "Why would someone who had proof fail to use it in life, yet arrange for it to be found after death?" A silence followed. Graves frowned. "You think he planned something?" "I think," Miss Marple said gently, "that Mr. Harrow was a man who understood risk. And I think he was trying to ensure that whatever he discovered could not simply be dismissed." The inspector's expression tightened. "You mean he anticipated his own death?" Miss Marple did not answer immediately. Then she said softly, "I think he considered it a possibility." Outside, the wind moved through the trees surrounding Rowan Cottage. A single upstairs window reflected the last of the fading light, and somewhere in the village, a door closed more firmly than necessary, as though someone inside had just decided that waiting was no longer an option. Miss Marple looked toward the orchard in the distance. "The next step," she said quietly, almost to herself, "will not come from more information." Graves looked at her. "Then from what?" She rose slowly. "From pressure," she said. "And pressure," she added softly, "always reveals what information tries to conceal." Chapter 9. Pressure beneath the surface. By morning, the village had changed its tone again. Not outwardly. Blackthorn Hollow still looked much the same, with its stone cottages and winding lanes. But there was a tightening in the way people spoke, a cautiousness in how conversations began and ended. It was as though everyone had become aware that the truth, whatever it was close enough to be dangerous. Inspector Graves felt it most, in the way witnesses now hesitated before answering even simple questions. Fear, he thought grimly, was making everyone more careful. Miss Marple, however, did not seem to be affected. She walked beside him toward the village hall with her usual unhurried pace. "You said pressure reveals things," Graves remarked. "Yes," she said. "So where is it?" Miss Marple looked ahead. "It is already here," she replied softly. "We simply have not yet seen where it is weakest." The village hall was busier than usual. A second round of statements had been requested, this time focusing on movements on the day of the murder. Clara Webb, the schoolteacher, was first. She looked even more unsettled than before. "I told you everything I saw," she insisted. "Yes," Graves said patiently. "But I need you to go through it again." She hesitated. "I saw Mr. Harrow in the orchard." "When?" "Shortly after the argument at the fête." "Alone?" "Yes." "Did you see anyone follow him?" A pause. "No." Miss Marple watched her carefully. The hesitation had been brief, but noticeable. Graves noticed too. "Are you certain?" he pressed. Clara shifted in her seat. "I think I saw Dr. Mercer pass near the orchard path earlier." "Earlier?" Graves repeated. "Yes, not after. Before. And you did not mention this before. I wasn't sure it mattered." Miss Marple spoke gently. "Small details often matter most when they appear unimportant," she said. Clara nodded faintly, relieved rather than defensive. Graves made a note. Next came Mrs. Finch. She entered the room with the confidence of someone who believed she already understood the case. "It is obvious," she declared immediately, "that the woman from London is involved." Graves sighed. "And why is that obvious?" "She arrived too conveniently," Mrs. Finch said. Miss Marple folded her hands. "Convenience again," she murmured. Mrs. Finch continued undeterred. "She has no real ties here. No reason to be involved. Except, Graves prompted. "She clearly knew Mr. Harrow better than she admits." Miss Marple raised an eyebrow slightly. "What makes you think that?" Mrs. Finch leaned forward. "The way she speaks about him, as though she is correcting herself all the time. People only do that when they are hiding familiarity." Graves wrote that down slowly. Miss Marple said nothing, but she observed Mrs. Finch carefully. People often saw patterns that reflected their own expectations more than reality. Still, even misinterpretations could sometimes reveal underlying truths. By midday, Inspector Graves was frustrated again. The statements had produced more suspicion, not less, and suspicion, he knew, rarely helped solve anything. He found Miss Marple outside the village hall, standing near the notice board. "I'm not getting anywhere," he admitted. "That is not unusual at this stage," she replied. He gave her a look. "You always say that, because it is usually true." A pause. Then he said, "Everyone is connected in some way to that old medical case now. Mercer, Harrow, Miss Vance. Even half the villagers seem to have opinions about it." Miss Marple nodded. "Yes, but no one agrees on what actually happened." "Of course not," she said gently. Graves frowned. "Why of course?" "Because," Miss Marple said, "each person is seeing only the part that affects them." The inspector rubbed his chin. "That is not very helpful." "It is very helpful," she corrected softly. "You simply have not yet seen how." That afternoon brought an unexpected development. A letter arrived at the village hall addressed to Inspector Graves. No return name, no clear handwriting signature. Inside was a single sheet of paper. Miss Marple stood beside him as he read it. His expression changed slowly. "This is—" he began. "What is it?" she asked. He looked up. "A confession." Miss Marple did not react immediately. "From whom?" "The letter does not say," he read aloud. "I can no longer remain silent about what happened in the old case. Mr. Harrow was correct in his suspicions. There was negligence. There was concealment. And I was part of it." Graves lowered the page. Miss Marple's expression remained thoughtful. "That is a very general confession," she said. "Yes," he agreed. "Too general. And unsigned." "Yes." She nodded slowly. "Then it is not yet useful." The inspector frowned. Not useful. Someone is admitting involvement. Miss Marple's tone remained calm. Or, she said, someone is guiding your attention. That made him pause. Guiding it where? She looked at the letter again. That, she said softly, is the real question. Later, the letter became the subject of intense speculation in the village. Some believed it confirmed Dr. Mercer's guilt. Others suggested Miss Vance had written it to protect someone else. A few even proposed it was written by Harrow himself before his death. Miss Marple heard all of these theories without comment, but she noted something important. Each theory required selecting one person as central. Each excluded the possibility of shared responsibility. And yet the facts, incomplete as they were, suggested something more complicated. That evening, she walked alone toward Rowan Cottage once again. Inspector Graves joined her halfway. "You've been thinking about the letter," he said. "Yes." "Do you believe it?" She considered. "I believe," she said, "that it contains truth, but not the whole truth." "No," she agreed. A pause. "Partial truths are often more dangerous than lies," she added. At Rowan Cottage, they found Dr. Mercer already there. He was standing in the locked room upstairs, looking at the empty desk. "I heard about the letter," he said without turning. Graves stiffened. "You heard quickly." "In a village like this," Mercer said quietly, "nothing stays secret for long." Miss Marple studied him. "Did you write it?" she asked. He turned sharply. "No." The answer was immediate again. But this time, something else followed. Weariness, not defensiveness, Miss Marple noticed. "You seem tired, Doctor," she said gently. He gave a faint, humorless smile. "I am beginning to think that is the only honest state left in this matter." Graves stepped closer. "Do you know who did write it?" Mercer hesitated. "No," he said. But this time, the word carried uncertainty rather than conviction. Miss Marple's gaze sharpened slightly. "That hesitation is interesting," she said softly. The doctor looked at her. "Is it?" "Yes," she replied, "because certainty has been very common in this case. From many people. About many things." A silence followed. As they left the cottage, dusk had begun to settle. Miss Vance was waiting outside again. She did not approach immediately. When she did speak, her voice was quieter than before. "Something is wrong," she said. Graves looked at her sharply. "That is not helpful. You will need to be more specific." Miss Vance hesitated. "The confession letter," she said. "It does not feel real." Miss Marple studied her carefully. "Why do you say that?" "Because it feels directed," she said slowly. "Directed," Graves repeated. "Yes," she said, "as though it was written to achieve a result, rather than reveal truth." Miss Marple nodded slightly. "An interesting observation." Miss Vance looked at her. "You agree?" "I think," Miss Marple said gently, "that you are beginning to see the structure beneath the events." A pause. "And that is often when things become most dangerous." Graves frowned. "Dangerous?" Miss Marple turned toward the darkening fields. "Yes," she said softly. "Because once structure is visible," she added, "it becomes possible to identify the person who constructed it." A silence followed. The wind moved through the trees again, and somewhere in Blackthorn Hollow something shifted. Not loudly, not dramatically, but with the quiet precision of a plan beginning to tighten toward its conclusion. Final chapter. The shape of truth. The night that followed felt unusually still, even for Blackthorn Hollow. No wind moved through the hedgerows. No animals stirred in the fields. Even the distant church bell seemed reluctant to mark the hours, as though the village itself was waiting for something inevitable to arrive. Inspector Graves did not sleep. Instead, he sat in the village hall with scattered notes, the anonymous confession letter lying at the center of the table like an accusation that refused to settle into meaning. Miss Marple arrived shortly before dawn. "You have been here all night," she observed gently. "Yes," he said. "Thinking?" "Trying to," he admitted. She sat opposite him. "And have you succeeded?" Graves exhaled. No. Everything I think I understand leads back to something I don't. Miss Marple nodded, as though this were entirely reasonable. That is often the case just before clarity, she said. He looked at her sharply. You sound very certain for someone who refuses to give answers. I am not refusing, she replied. I am waiting until you are ready to hear them. A silence followed. Then Graves said, Then tell me what I am missing. Miss Marple folded her hands. You are missing the order of importance, she said softly. By morning, they returned to Rowan Cottage for what would become the final examination of the case. The air was cold and clean after the still night. The house seemed quieter than before, almost resigned. Inside, Dr. Mercer, Miss Vance, and several villagers had already gathered, drawn by the sense that something final was approaching, though none could have said what. Inspector Graves stood at the center of the room. I have reviewed every statement, he said, every contradiction, every inconsistency. His voice tightened slightly. And I have concluded that we have been looking at this the wrong way. Miss Vance shifted uneasily. Miss Marple remained still. Graves continued. We assumed Harrow was investigating a past medical case, that he uncovered negligence, that he confronted Dr. Mercer, and that this led to his death. A pause. But that interpretation does not hold. Dr. Mercer's eyes narrowed slightly. Why not? He asked quietly. Graves looked at him. Because if that were true, the evidence would have been consistent. It is not. He turned slightly toward Miss Marple. You were right. There is structure here, but I could not see it. Miss Marple inclined her head slightly. Structure is only visible when one understands what is being protected, she said. A hush settled in the room. Graves took a breath. Mr. Harrow was not simply investigating negligence, he said. He was investigating a misdirection. A pause. And that misdirection was not recent. Miss Vance's face tightened slightly. Graves continued. The old medical case was real, but it was incomplete in the way it was presented to us. Harrow discovered that records had been selectively altered not to conceal a single act of negligence, but to conceal a pattern of responsibility. Dr. Mercer's voice was quiet. A pattern? Yes, Graves said. A chain of decisions involving multiple people, not one failure, but several small, distributed ones. Each person responsible for a fragment, none willing to accept the whole. Miss Marple nodded faintly. Yes, she said softly. That is often how institutions protect themselves. The inspector looked at her, and Harrow realized this. Yes, and he understood something else. Graves continued. He understood that exposing it would not simply implicate one person, it would destabilize several reputations. A silence followed. Then Graves said, so he stopped writing about it openly. Instead, he gathered proof in fragments. He gestured toward the recovered notebook pages, and then he hid them. Miss Vance spoke sharply. In the orchard, Graves nodded, and in the cottage. A pause. He divided what he had, so that no single search would find everything. Dr. Mercer's expression changed slightly. And the locked room. Graves turned toward him. That was never meant to be found complete. Miss Marple spoke softly. It was meant to be found incomplete enough to raise questions but not answers. Graves nodded. Yes. He looked at the group. But Harrow underestimated one thing. A pause. The willingness of someone to ensure he could never finish the process. The room went still. Miss Vance's voice was barely audible. You think he was killed to stop him revealing it? Graves hesitated. Yes. A long silence followed. Then Miss Marple spoke. No, she said gently. Graves turned sharply. No? She stood slowly. I think you are still assuming too much certainty. A faint tension spread through the room. Miss Marple continued. Mr. Harrow did not behave like a man who expected to complete his investigation in life. She turned slightly. He behaved like a man arranging for its conclusion after his death. Graves frowned. I don't understand. Miss Marple's gaze rested briefly on the desk in the room. The confession letter, she said softly. The anonymous one. Yes. It was not a confession. A pause. It was a trigger. Silence fell again. Dr. Mercer looked unsettled. A trigger for what? Miss Marple turned to him gently. For action. She stepped forward slightly. Mr. Harrow did not simply fear being killed, she said. He anticipated the need for certainty after he was gone, so he created a mechanism to ensure that investigation would not stop at ambiguity. Graves stared at her. You mean he staged this? Not staged, she corrected softly. Structured. A pause. And someone responded exactly as he expected. Miss Vance's face went pale. What are you saying? She whispered. Miss Marple looked at her for a long moment. Then she said gently, I am saying that the person most disturbed by the confession letter was not reacting to guilt. A silence so heavy it felt physical filled the room. Graves slowly turned toward Miss Vance. You said the letter felt wrong, he said. Miss Vance shook her head slightly. No, I said it felt directed. Yes, Miss Marple said. And you were correct. Miss Vance's voice trembled. Directed at what? Miss Marple answered quietly. At you. The room seemed to contract. Graves looked between them. Miss Vance? Her breath caught. No, she said quickly. That's not… Miss Marple raised a hand gently. Not guilt, she said softly. Response. A pause. Mr. Harrow knew you would try to contain what he left behind. Miss Vance shook her head more firmly. I didn't kill him. No, Miss Marple agreed. You did not. The relief in the room was brief, confusion replacing it immediately. Graves frowned. Then who did? Miss Marple looked around the room slowly. Ask instead, she said gently. Who benefited most from ensuring the investigation focused on the wrong kind of truth? Her gaze settled on Dr. Mercer, then shifted slightly, to the village clerk standing near the wall, then back again. No, she said softly. That is still too simple. Graves's frustration broke. Then what is it? Miss Marple turned fully toward him. The truth, she said quietly, is that Mr. Harrow was not killed to silence him. A pause. He was killed because someone believed they had already succeeded in redirecting what he would be believed to have discovered. A silence followed. Then she added, and they were correct. For a time. Graves felt a cold realization begin to form. Miss Marple stepped forward one final time. Mr. Harrow's true achievement was not his investigation, she said softly. It was ensuring that, after his death, the correct person would reveal themselves by how they tried to control the story. The room went utterly still. Miss Vance's voice broke. You planned this, she whispered. Miss Marple met her gaze gently. No, she said. I observed it. A long pause. Then, very quietly, and I waited for pressure to do the rest. By evening, it was over. Not with dramatic confession or sudden collapse, but with the quiet unraveling of certainty that followed once the structure beneath was exposed. Inspector Graves later said he would never be entirely comfortable describing how the final connections had been made. He only knew that Miss Marple had been right, not in a single deduction, but in the gradual recognition of human behavior under strain. Dr. Mercer was cleared of suspicion. Miss Vance was released from questioning, and the villagers of Blackthorn Hollow slowly returned to their ordinary lives, though nothing felt quite as ordinary as it had before. On her final evening in the village, Miss Marple stood once more beneath the apple tree in the orchard. Inspector Graves joined her. You were never guessing, he said quietly. No, she replied. I was listening. A pause. To what? Miss Marple looked out across the village. To people, she said softly, and to what they reveal when they believe they are hiding something. Graves exhaled. I think I understand. Miss Marple smiled faintly. No, she said kindly, but you will remember. The wind moved gently through the orchard trees, and Blackthorn Hollow, at last, began to feel like a village again. Though somewhere beneath its calm surface, it would always remember the shape of what had briefly been uncovered, and carefully, deliberately understood. Chapter 1. The Last Garden Party of Summer. The village of Brentwood Hollow had not seen a summer quite so golden in 20 years, and Mrs. Evelyn Hartley, who had seen rather more summers than she cared to count, declared it an omen. Not a good one. Mark my words, she told her gardener on the morning of the Ashworth garden party. A summer this perfect always demands payment. Her gardener, a slow-thinking man named Potts, had said nothing. He rarely did. But 3 hours later, when the screaming began from the rose garden of Ashworth Manor, he would remember those words with a chill that had nothing to do with the September breeze. The garden party had begun, as all of Miriam Ashworth's events began, with an almost theatrical perfection. White marquee tents billowed across the lawns like sails. The scent of cut roses and cucumber sandwiches drifted through the warm afternoon air. 40-odd guests circulated in their summer finest. The solicitor, Mr. Giles Pemberton, and his nervous wife. The widowed Dr. Hartley, young Clara Reeve, recently returned from London with fashionable shoes and unfashionable secrets. The Reverend Stokes, who ate too many scones and said too little of substance. And there, seated in a garden chair near the hydrangea border, a cup of tea balanced with perfect composure upon her knee, sat Miss Jane Marple. She had been invited, as she always was, because Miriam Ashworth felt that no respectable gathering in Brentwood Hollow could omit the village's most senior spinster. And Miss Marple came, as she always did, because she found garden parties, like all human gatherings, extraordinarily instructive. She was watching, at that particular moment, the woman in black. She was conspicuous, naturally. Every other lady wore summer colors, pale yellows and soft creams, the floral prints of the season. Yet this woman, standing slightly apart from the crowd near the entrance to the walled rose garden, wore unrelenting black. Not mourning black, precisely. It was too well cut, too deliberate for grief. It was the black of a woman making a statement. Miss Marple did not yet know her name, but she noticed several things. She noticed that the woman in black held her champagne glass without drinking from it. She noticed that her eyes moved across the garden with the systematic precision of someone searching for a specific face. And she noticed that when Miriam Ashworth's husband, the silver-haired, rather too charming Gerald Ashworth, glanced across the lawn and saw the woman, the color left his face as completely as water leaves a tipped glass. Interesting, thought Miss Marple, and reached for another sandwich. The scream came at 4:30. It came from within the walled rose garden, that private enclosure at the far end of the Ashworth grounds, accessible through a single iron gate, to which only the family held keys. It was a short scream, one clean, terrible note, and then silence. The guests froze in that particular way of English people confronted with something unseemly, a collective paralysis, as though bad manners might be contagious. Then Gerald Ashworth ran. He pushed through the crowd with an urgency that tore through his usual composure like paper, and several gentlemen followed. Miss Marple did not run. She set down her teacup with care, rose from her chair with the measured deliberateness of the elderly, and followed at a pace that, though unhurried, brought her to the iron gate rather sooner than one might have expected. What she saw, she filed away with methodical calm. The rose garden was a beautiful enclosed world. High brick walls trailing with late-blooming climbers, gravel paths between immaculate beds, a stone bench at the center. Upon that bench, as though she had simply sat down and closed her eyes, was a woman. She wore black. Her champagne glass lay on the gravel beside her, unbroken, its contents darkening the pale stones. There was no violence about the scene, no struggle, no disorder. If not for the absolute stillness of the woman and the unnatural angle of her head, one might almost have thought her sleeping. Dr. Hartley pressed forward and knelt beside her. His examination was brief. When he stood and turned to face the gathering crowd at the gate, his expression carried the particular gravity of a man about to say what no one wishes to hear at a garden party. "She is dead," he said. "Quite recently, and I do not believe it was her heart." A murmur moved through the guests, like wind through long grass. Miss Marple, standing at the back of the small crowd, looked not at the dead woman, but at the living ones. She looked at Gerald Ashworth, whose grief, she noted, seemed curiously mixed with something that was not grief at all. She looked at Clara Reeve, whose fashionable face had gone the colour of uncooked pastry. She looked at Miriam Ashworth, who stood perfectly straight, perfectly composed, and who had not, in the 30 seconds since her husband had identified the body, in a strangled whisper as Helena Voss, shed a single tear. So, thought Miss Marple, you knew her name before he said it. She tucked that observation away with the others. The golden afternoon had acquired, quite suddenly, a chill. Somewhere in the village, the church clock began to strike 5, each note falling into the silence like a stone into still water. Brentwood Hollow's most perfect summer had just demanded its payment. Chapter 2. The Village Reacts. The police arrived from Marchfield at 6:30, 2 hours after Helena Voss had been found upon the stone bench, and approximately 90 minutes after the village of Brentwood Hollow had already tried, convicted, and acquitted 3 separate suspects in the court of collective opinion. Inspector Neville Crane was a solid, capable man of 45 who had solved a satisfying number of crimes in his career, and consequently believed, with the comfortable certainty of the professionally competent, that he was rather good at his work. He arrived with a sergeant named Hobbs, a notebook, and the brisk efficiency of someone who did not expect to be in Brentwood Hollow longer than strictly necessary. He did not, Miss Marple observed from her chair in the Ashworth drawing-room, notice the way Miriam Ashworth's eyes went immediately to her husband's face when the inspector entered. Nor did he appear to register that Gerald Ashworth had, in the intervening 2 hours, recovered his colour with a speed that suggested relief rather than sorrow. These were precisely the sorts of things, Miss Marple reflected, that inspectors rarely noticed. They were looking for facts. Facts were, in her experience, the least reliable guide to the truth. The guests had been requested, with the firm politeness that is indistinguishable from a command, to remain at Ashworth Manor until statements could be taken. They had congregated in the drawing-room where Miriam's housekeeper, Mrs. Potts, wife of the slow-thinking gardener, had produced tea with the automatic efficiency of long domestic service. People, Miss Marple had always found, drank an extraordinary amount of tea in the proximity of death. It was, she supposed, the English substitute for emotion. The gossip had begun, naturally, within minutes of the scream. Mrs. Doris Pemberton, the solicitor's wife, a small, eager woman who collected other people's difficulties the way some collect stamps, had established herself as the drawing-room's primary authority on Helena Voss before Inspector Crane had even crossed the county line. She was Gerald's first wife, Mrs. Pemberton announced to anyone within radius, in the hushed, thrilling tone of someone delivering information they have waited years to deploy. Before Miriam, divorced, you know, terribly messy business. She went abroad, France, I believe, or perhaps it was Italy, somewhere unsuitable. If she was divorced, said the Reverend Stokes carefully, setting down his 4th scone, then why was she here? That, said Mrs. Pemberton, with the satisfaction of a woman holding the final piece of a puzzle, is precisely what everyone wants to know. Clara Reeve, seated near the window with her untouched tea, said nothing. She was looking at the garden. Miss Marple, occupying an armchair that afforded her an excellent view of the entire room, was looking at Clara. The girl, she could not have been more than 28, though the London sharpness about her made her seem both older and younger simultaneously, had the particular stillness of someone concentrating very hard on appearing unconcerned. Her hands were composed in her lap, but her left thumb moved in a small, repetitive circle against her palm, a private gesture. The gesture, Miss Marple thought, of someone who is frightened. Now why, she wondered pleasantly, should a young woman be frightened of a dead stranger? Dr. Hartley had positioned himself near the fireplace with a brandy he appeared to genuinely need. He was a man in his mid-50s, lean and grey-templed, with the careful precision of movement that long medical practice produces. He had been the first to examine Helena Voss, and the experience had visibly unsettled him, though whether for professional or personal reasons, Miss Marple had not yet determined. "Poison," he said quietly to Mr. Pemberton, who had stationed himself nearby with the professional instinct of a man who senses legal complications gathering on the horizon. "I cannot say what precisely. That will require the post-mortem, but the presentation was not cardiac, not natural. The speed of it, the absence of any distress to the surroundings." "You mean she didn't struggle?" said Pemberton. "She didn't have time to." Miss Marple, who had excellent hearing and had long ago mastered the art of knitting with an expression of complete inattention while absorbing every syllable of a conversation 12 feet away, added this to her growing collection of observations. Poison, swift, administered somewhere she trusted enough to drink without hesitation. The champagne glass, the unbroken glass, lying precisely where it had fallen, not thrown, not dropped in alarm, simply released by a hand gone suddenly slack. She made a small mental note and returned her attention to the room. Gerald Ashworth had not joined the other guests in the drawing-room. He had retreated, with Inspector Crane's permission, to his study, a fact that Mrs. Pemberton had noted and interpreted as guilt, that the Reverend Stokes had noted and interpreted as grief, and that Miss Marple had noted and interpreted as something she was not yet prepared to name. Miriam Ashworth, by contrast, remained. She moved through the drawing-room with the smooth, practiced composure of a hostess managing an unfortunate situation, refilling teacups she need not have touched, exchanging quiet words with the more distressed guests, maintaining the social fabric of the occasion by sheer force of will. She was a handsome woman of 50, dark-haired and precise, with the kind of face that gave very little away and had clearly been practicing that restraint for decades. She paused, at one point, beside Miss Marple's chair. "I do hope you're comfortable, Miss Marple," she said. "This is dreadful for everyone, particularly our guests." "You are very kind, my dear," said Miss Marple warmly, "and remarkably composed, if I may say so. I'm afraid I should have gone quite to pieces." Something moved across Miriam Ashworth's face, quickly, like a shadow crossing water. "One simply does what must be done," she said, and moved on. Miss Marple watched her go. "One simply does what must be done." An interesting choice of words, she thought. Not one must be strong, not one has no choice. What must be done implied a task, something necessary, something perhaps long decided. She picked up her knitting again. Across the room, Clara Reeve had finally lifted her teacup, and then set it down again immediately, as though she had forgotten what tea was for. Her eyes drifted to the door, and in them Miss Marple read, quite clearly, the calculation of a woman wondering whether she could leave without being noticed. The answer, of course, was no, though Miss Marple was the only person in the room who had noticed her trying. Inspector Crane emerged from the hallway at 7:15, his notebook closed, his expression carrying the particular satisfaction of a man who believes he has identified the shape of a problem. "I should like to speak with a Miss Jane Marple," he announced to the room. "I understand she was, seated nearest to the rose garden entrance." "That would be me," said Miss Marple, with a pleasant smile, setting aside her knitting. "Though I'm afraid I'm just a rather old woman who notices very little. I shall do my best to be helpful." Inspector Crane smiled the tolerant smile of a professional humoring an elderly witness. He would, Miss Marple reflected serenely, learn better in time. Chapter 3. Early Investigation. Inspector Crane conducted his interview with Miss Marple in the small sitting room adjoining the main hallway, a pleasant, chintz-curtained space that Miriam Ashworth used, apparently, for correspondence. There was a writing desk near the window, its surface conspicuously neat, and Miss Marple noted, with the automatic observation of someone who has spent decades reading domestic arrangements like open books, that the blotter had been recently turned. Someone had written something they did not wish to leave visible. She filed this away and gave Inspector Crane her full cooperative attention. "Now then, Miss Marple." He settled across from her with his notebook, adopting the patient, slightly over-enunciated tone that officials reserve for the very old and the very young. I understand you were positioned near the Rose Garden entrance during the party. Did you observe anything unusual before the, incident? Oh, a great many things, said Miss Marple cheerfully, though I dare say most of them are quite irrelevant. The Reverend Stokes ate rather more than was good for him, and Mrs. Pemberton spent the better part of an hour ensuring that everyone knew about the Ashworths' divorce. The canapés were excellent, though the smoked salmon was slightly past its best. One notices these things at my age, Inspector, when one has rather little else to occupy one's attention. Inspector Crane wrote nothing in his notebook. I meant, he said carefully, anything pertaining to Helena Voss. The woman in black, said Miss Marple, nodding. Yes, I did notice her. She arrived approximately 20 minutes after the party began, alone, which struck me as deliberate rather than accidental. She was not nervous, you understand. People who arrive late from anxiety hover and apologize and seek familiar faces. This woman did none of those things. She stood quite still and looked for someone specific. Crane leaned forward slightly. Did she find them? I believe so, said Miss Marple, though I could not say with certainty who it was. The garden was rather crowded by then. She smiled with the vagueness of advanced age and said nothing further about Gerald Ashworth's draining face. There were things, she had found, that were more usefully observed than reported, at least until one understood precisely what one was observing. She was released after 20 minutes, with Inspector Crane's courteous assurance that she had been most helpful, the tone of which indicated plainly that he considered her anything but. Miss Marple thanked him warmly, collected her knitting bag, and returned to the drawing room with the unhurried confidence of someone who has nowhere particular to be and considers this a considerable advantage. The guests had thinned. Several had given their statements and been permitted to leave. Mrs. Pemberton had departed with visible reluctance, having extracted the maximum possible information from the situation. The Reverend Stokes had gone. Dr. Hartley remained, speaking in low tones with Sergeant Hobbs near the window. Clara Reeve had not left. She sat in the same chair by the window, in the same posture of enforced calm, though the light had shifted now to the long gold of early evening, and her face in it looked younger and considerably more frightened than it had 2 hours ago. A constable had spoken with her briefly. Whatever she had told him had apparently satisfied the official inquiry. It had not, Miss Marple suspected, been the whole truth. Miss Marple settled into her armchair, extracted her knitting, and remarked to no one in particular, "What a trying afternoon. I find I am quite in need of conversation. Do you know, Miss Reeve, I have been meaning to ask you about London. I understand you have recently returned." Clara blinked, recalled from wherever her thoughts had taken her. "I'm sorry. London," Miss Marple repeated pleasantly. "I have a niece there, Raymond's friend, you know, and I always find it useful to have a current impression of the city. It changes so quickly. Were you there long?" It was, on its surface, the most tedious possible conversational gambit. Clara Reeve, with the trapped politeness of someone who could not justify refusing to chat with an elderly lady about London, answered. 3 years, she said. She had been working in publishing. "How interesting," said Miss Marple. "And what brought you back to Brentwood Hollow?" "A fractional hesitation. Family matters." "Of course. One is always drawn back, isn't one? The village has a way of keeping its hold." Miss Marple's needles moved steadily. "Had you met Mrs. Voss previously, dear? She seemed rather a striking figure." The hesitation this time was longer. "No," said Clara, "I hadn't." Miss Marple smiled and said, "No, I thought not," in a tone so gently agreeable that Clara had no opportunity to examine why it unsettled her. She found Dr. Hartley in the hallway 20 minutes later, reaching for his coat. "Leaving us, Doctor?" she said. He turned, and she observed, with the clinical interest she brought to all human distress, that his hand on the coat collar was not entirely steady. "The inspector has finished with me," he said. There is nothing further I can do here. Of course, it must have been very difficult, being first to attend to her. Did you know her well? Mrs. Voss, I mean. The question was asked with such perfect innocence that only someone very familiar with the technique would have identified it as a technique at all. Dr. Hartley was not. Slightly, he said, after a pause that lasted precisely 1 beat too long. Many years ago, before she left the country. Before the divorce, you mean, said Miss Marple sympathetically. Poor woman, returning after so long to a place that holds such memories. One wonders what she hoped to find. Dr. Hartley looked at her steadily for a moment. Yes, he said. One wonders. He left. Miss Marple watched him go down the front steps into the violet evening and noticed that he turned left at the gate, away from the village, away from his practice, and walked with the purposeful speed of a man who wishes to be alone with something he is not yet ready to examine. She took a turn through the ground floor of the manor before seeking her own departure. Not from nosiness, she would have insisted, but from the kind of thorough attention to environment that had proved useful on previous occasions. The hallway yielded little beyond the turned blotter she had already noted. The dining room was undisturbed, but the small conservatory at the rear of the house, accessible from the side corridor, positioned with a direct line of sight to the walled rose garden, contained something that arrested her attention entirely. On the iron conservatory table, among the terracotta pots and gardening gloves, sat a single champagne flute. Clean, rinsed, she thought, rather than simply empty. There was the faint water bloom of recent washing around the rim, and it had been placed with a precision that suggested deliberate replacement rather than casual abandonment. Someone had used this room during the party. Someone had drunk from this glass and then washed it, carefully, and put it back. Miss Marple did not touch it. She looked at it for a long moment, her blue eyes perfectly calm, and then she turned and walked back through the corridor, with the expression of a woman who has just found the corner piece of a very complicated puzzle. She knew now, with quiet certainty, that the rose garden had not been the beginning. It had been the end of something arranged very carefully indeed, and arranged, moreover, by someone who understood that tidiness, in the right circumstances, is the most incriminating thing in the world. Chapter 4. First Suspects. By the following morning, Brentwood Hollow had made up its mind. The verdict, delivered through the reliable channels of the post office queue, the butcher's shop, and Mrs. Pemberton's telephone, was unanimous. Gerald Ashworth had poisoned his first wife to prevent her from disrupting his second marriage. The motive was obvious, the opportunity undeniable, and the village, which had never entirely forgiven Gerald for the original divorce, found the conclusion deeply, almost pleasurably satisfying. Inspector Crane, arriving at Ashworth Manor at 9 o'clock sharp, appeared to share the village's opinion, though he would not have expressed it in quite those terms. He had the focused, slightly accelerated manner of a man who believes he is moving efficiently toward an arrest, and he brought with him not only Sergeant Hobbs, but the post-mortem report, delivered that morning from Marchfield with uncommon speed. Miss Marple, who had returned to Ashworth Manor on the entirely plausible pretext of having left her second skein of grey wool in the drawing-room, she had in fact placed it there deliberately the previous evening, was seated in the hallway when Crane arrived. She offered him a pleasant good morning. He acknowledged her with the distracted courtesy of a man with more pressing business, and proceeded directly to the study where Gerald Ashworth was waiting. She settled in to wait, and listened with the composed attention of someone who has learned that hallways are among the most informative rooms in any house. The post-mortem, as fragments of it reached her through the not-quite-closed study door, confirmed what Dr. Hartley had suspected. Helena Voss had died of poisoning, digitalis, administered in a concentration sufficient to induce cardiac arrest within 15 to 20 minutes of ingestion. The champagne glass recovered from beside the body had contained traces consistent with the compound. Death had been swift. She would have felt, the report apparently suggested, very little. Gerald Ashworth's voice, when he spoke, was that of a man who has spent the night constructing and rehearsing a careful account of himself. He had not invited Helena. He had not known she was coming. He had not spoken to her at the party, had, in fact, deliberately avoided her when he recognized her, because her presence was unwelcome and unexpected, and he had not wished to cause a scene at his wife's event. He had not been inside the rose garden that day. The key to the iron gate was kept on a hook inside his study, and yes, he supposed anyone might have taken it. The study was not locked during the party. He was frightened, Miss Marple thought, but she had noticed something the previous evening that continued to occupy her now. Gerald Ashworth's fear had preceded Helena's death. He had seen her alive across the garden and gone pale with it. That was not the fear of a guilty man anticipating discovery. That was the fear of a man who has been found by something he thought safely in the past. There was a difference. It was, in her experience, a crucial one. Miriam Ashworth found Miss Marple in the hallway at 9:30, sitting with her recovered wool and an expression of benign patience. "Miss Marple!" Her composure was intact, though it sat on her this morning with the careful rigidity of something maintained by effort rather than temperament. "I didn't know you were here. Your housekeeper was kind enough to let me wait," said Miss Marple. "I hope you don't mind terribly. I left some wool yesterday. So foolish of me. And at my age, one cannot simply acquire more in the same colour. The dye lots, you know, are never quite identical." Miriam sat down, which Miss Marple had not expected. She had anticipated a polite dismissal. Instead, Gerald's wife lowered herself into the hall chair opposite, with the slow deliberateness of someone whose legs have decided to rest, regardless of intention. "They think it was Gerald," she said. "The inspector," said Miss Marple. "The village," a thin, precise smile. "Though I suspect Inspector Crane is not far behind them. And what do you think, my dear?" The question sat between them for a moment. Miriam Ashworth looked at her hands, fine, well-kept hands, wearing a wedding ring that had clearly never been removed, and said, "I think Helena Voss was a woman who spent 15 years nursing a grievance, and who came here yesterday to do damage. I think she succeeded, in a manner she did not anticipate." It was a remarkably candid statement. Miss Marple received it with a mild nod, as though they were discussing the weather. "Had you met her before?" "Before yesterday, I mean. Once. 7 years ago. She came to the house, this house, unannounced. Gerald and I had been married 3 years. The composure did not waver, but something behind it shifted. She wanted money. Gerald refused. She left. And you believed that was the end of it. I believed what Gerald told me." A pause, which is not quite the same thing. Miss Marple looked at her with the gentle, undeceivable attention that people consistently mistook for sympathy. It was sympathy, in a sense. She felt it genuinely. But it was also something considerably more precise than that. Clara Reeve came to the manor at 11, uninvited. Miss Marple, who had by then consumed 2 cups of Mrs. Potts's excellent coffee and was beginning to feel thoroughly at home in the hallway, observed her arrival through the window. Clara walked quickly, with the determined step of someone who has argued themselves into an action and fears losing the argument before completing it. She asked for Miriam Ashworth, was shown to the sitting room, and the door was closed. It remained closed for 25 minutes. When Clara emerged, she was paler than she had been coming in, and Miriam Ashworth, who showed her to the door personally, wore an expression that Miss Marple found deeply interesting. It was not anger, not distress. It was the particular, tightly controlled expression of a woman who has just received information that confirms something she already suspected. Miss Marple caught Clara gently at the door. "My dear," she said, with the warm vagueness of a village acquaintance, "are you quite well? You look rather done in. Shall I walk with you a little? The fresh air does one such good after an unpleasant business." Clara looked at her, and in that look Miss Marple saw the precise calculation of a frightened young woman assessing whether a harmless old lady represented safety or additional complication. She apparently decided on safety. "Thank you," she said. "Yes, I think I should like that." They walked out into the September morning together. The old woman with her knitting bag and her unhurried step, the young woman with her London shoes and her carefully assembled composure, and Miss Marple asked no questions at all for the first 3 minutes. She found that silence, correctly deployed, extracted more than any question she might have devised. Clara spoke first. "I knew Helena Voss," she said. "Not well, but I knew her in London. We had a mutual—" She stopped. "There are things I should perhaps have told the inspector." "Yes," said Miss Marple, gently. "I rather think there are." She said nothing more. Beside her, Clara Reeve looked at the quiet village road ahead and began, slowly and with visible effort, to tell the truth. Or at least, Miss Marple reflected, as much of it as she had yet decided to part with. Chapter 5. A Hidden Clue. Clara Reeve walked with her eyes fixed on the road ahead, as though the act of looking forward made confession easier. Miss Marple walked beside her, knitting bag over one arm, the other clasped comfortably behind her back, saying nothing, and radiating the particular quality of unhurried patience that she had found, over many decades, to be the most reliable solvent of human reticence. The village lane curved gently past the churchyard wall, where late roses still bloomed in the September warmth, and the sound of Brentwood Hollow going about its morning business. A distant lawn-mower, the postman's bicycle, Mrs. Pemberton's voice carrying from somewhere with its habitual penetrating clarity, created the comfortable illusion of a world in which nothing dreadful had recently occurred. Clara spoke carefully, choosing her words with the visible effort of someone who has decided to reveal a specific amount and no more. Helena Voss, she said, had been known in certain London publishing circles, not as an author, but as a collector of information, of the sort that other people preferred to keep private. "A blackmailer," said Miss Marple, with the same pleasant tone she might have used to identify a variety of garden pest. Clara flinched at the word, then nodded. She was clever about it, nothing crude. She cultivated relationships, found people who had things to hide, made herself indispensable to them, and then she opened her hand in a small, helpless gesture. "And you were one of those people," said Miss Marple. It was not a question. Clara's step faltered slightly before she recovered it. "There was something, from before London, from here actually, something I did when I was 22 that I was not proud of and had no wish to revisit." She paused. "Helena found it. I don't know how. She always found things. And she had been extracting payments from you. For 18 months. The admission came with the exhausted relief of something long carried and finally set down. When I heard she was coming to Brentwood Hollow, coming here, to the village, I panicked. I came back to, I'm not sure what I intended, to reason with her perhaps, to ask her to leave well alone." "Did you speak with her? At the party?" Another fractional hesitation. "Briefly, in the rose garden, before." She stopped completely this time. Miss Marple waited. "I had the key," Clara said, very quietly. "Mrs. Ashworth had given it to me 2 days before the party. She'd asked me to arrange some of the floral decoration inside the garden. I still had it in my bag." Miss Marple absorbed this with the outward serenity of someone receiving perfectly routine information. Inwardly, she was making several rapid and precise adjustments to the picture she had been assembling since the previous afternoon. "Did you tell the inspector this?" she asked. "No." Clara's voice was small. "I was frightened. If I admitted I had the key, that I had been inside the garden, you would become the obvious suspect," said Miss Marple. "Yes, I see the difficulty. I didn't kill her," Clara said, with a sudden, stripped urgency that had none of the calculation of her previous statements. "I want to be absolutely clear. When I left her, she was alive. We argued. She laughed at me, actually, which was rather worse than being shouted at, and I left. The key I put back on Mr. Ashworth's desk before the guests arrived. I wanted nothing more to do with the rose garden." Miss Marple looked at her thoughtfully. "Before the guests arrived," she repeated. "So the key was returned to the study before the party began?" "Yes." "And the study?" Was it occupied? I don't know. I don't think so. I knocked and there was no answer. I went in and put the key on the desk and left immediately. Miss Marple nodded slowly and said, with the air of someone changing the subject entirely, "You mentioned you arranged the floral decoration inside the garden. Were there champagne flutes prepared inside as well? For the party?" Clara looked at her with faint surprise at the apparent non sequitur. No. The drinks were all set up under the marquee. The rose garden wasn't part of the party arrangements. It was just to be viewed, not entered. That was the whole point of the decoration. "Of course," said Miss Marple pleasantly. "How very helpful. Now, my dear, I think you ought to go to Inspector Crane this afternoon and tell him precisely what you have told me. All of it." Clara looked alarmed. "But the key will look considerably worse if he discovers it from another source," said Miss Marple firmly. "Which he will. These things always come out, in my experience. Always. Go to him, tell him the truth, and it will be a great deal less frightening than you imagine." She parted from Clara at the church gate and stood for a moment in the September sunshine thinking. The champagne flute in the conservatory had been troubling her since the previous evening, and Clara's account had sharpened the trouble considerably. If no champagne had been prepared inside the rose garden, if the drinks were exclusively under the marquee, then Helena Voss had carried her glass from the party into that private space herself. Or it had been brought to her, which meant she had gone to the rose garden not by chance, not by accident, but by arrangement. She had been invited there, and the person who had invited her had ensured that the champagne she carried, or was given, contained digitalis in a concentration sufficient to kill her within 15 to 20 minutes. Miss Marple began walking back through the village, past the post office, past the butcher's shop where she could hear Mrs. Pemberton's voice holding court on the subject of Gerald Ashworth's moral failings, and she thought about the conservatory, the rinsed glass, the water bloom on the rim. Someone had gone to the conservatory during the party and washed a glass they had used themselves, or used to prepare something for someone else. The conservatory connected the house to the garden by the side corridor. It was private, unobserved, a natural staging point between the manor and the rose garden wall. But here was what occupied her most precisely. The glass had been placed back with deliberate neatness, not hidden, not discarded, replaced, as though it belonged. That spoke, she thought, of considerable presence of mind. Of someone who, in the immediate aftermath of administering poison to a human being, had the composure to wash a glass and put it tidily away. That was not panic. That was not impulse. That was a person who had rehearsed this moment, who had imagined it, planned it, and then lived through it with the calm of prior preparation. She paused at the corner of the lane, outside the small iron post box set into the churchyard wall, and something caught her attention so abruptly that she actually stopped walking. Tucked beneath the post box bracket, not inside it, but wedged in the gap between bracket and stone, where it had clearly not been posted but concealed, was a small cream envelope. It had no stamp, no address on the front, but its seal was broken, and protruding from it by half an inch was a fold of paper on which she could make out, in a precise, narrow hand, the beginning of a single line. "If something should happen to me—" Miss Marple did not remove the envelope. She looked at it for a long moment with her head tilted slightly, like a very intelligent bird examining something on the ground, and then she straightened and walked directly to the telephone box outside the post office. She would call Inspector Crane. She would show him the letter. She would be entirely cooperative. But in the 30 seconds between the post box and the telephone, she had already read the letter's significance more completely than Crane would manage in 3 days, because she had noticed something he would not think to look for. The handwriting on that protruding fold did not belong to Helena Voss. Chapter 6. Confrontations and Secrets. Inspector Crane arrived at the post box outside the churchyard wall within 20 minutes of Miss Marple's telephone call, a response time that suggested he had been closer to the village centre than his official manner implied. He examined the envelope with gloved hands, read its contents with an expression that progressed from professional neutrality to something considerably less composed, and then looked at Miss Marple with the particular expression of a capable man realizing, with some discomfort, that he has been looking in entirely the wrong direction. "You touched nothing," he said. "Certainly not," said Miss Marple. "I may be old, Inspector, but I do read detective novels." The letter, in its entirety, was brief, written on cream notepaper of good quality. In the narrow, precise hand she had observed on the protruding fold, it read, "If something should happen to me at the Ashworth party, the person responsible will be the last one anyone suspects. I have kept records. They are with my solicitor in London. The truth about Brentwood Hollow goes back further than Gerald Ashworth's convenient divorce. Ask instead who had most to lose from what I knew, and who has spent 15 years ensuring that I could never come home." It was signed, at the bottom, in a different hand entirely, looser, more hurried, as though added at speed, with a single initial. H. Helena Voss had signed a letter she had not written. Miss Marple left the inspector to his considerable rethinking and walked thoughtfully to Dr. Hartley's surgery, which occupied the ground floor of a stone cottage on the village's eastern edge. She had no appointment. She rarely found appointments necessary. The surgery was technically closed. It was Thursday, which was Dr. Hartley's administrative morning, but the front door was unlocked, and his receptionist, a comfortable woman named Mrs. Greer, who had worked for him for 11 years and consequently knew a great deal about his affairs, admitted Miss Marple with the easy warmth of someone who has no reason to be guarded. "He's in his office," said Mrs. Greer. "I'll let him know you're here, though I should warn you, he's been in a terrible state since yesterday, barely touched his coffee this morning." "Poor man," said Miss Marple sympathetically. "A death is always distressing for a doctor, particularly, I imagine, when one knew the person." Mrs. Greer lowered her voice with the instinctive discretion of someone about to be thoroughly indiscreet. "Between you and me, Miss Marple, I think it was more than professional distress. He was on the telephone half the night. I heard him when I came in early. The walls in this building are dreadful, you know, absolutely paper-thin, and he was talking to someone in what I can only describe as a very urgent tone." "How worrying," said Miss Marple. "Did you catch any of it?" "Only a few words." Mrs. Greer glanced at the closed office door. "Something about letters." "And this struck me as rather odd," he said. "Quite clearly, she should not have come back." A small, significant pause. 3 times. Dr. Hartley received Miss Marple with the wary courtesy of a man who has begun to suspect that elderly ladies represent a category of danger not covered in medical training. He looked, she observed, as though he had slept badly and thought worse. There were shadows beneath his eyes that had not been there the previous afternoon, and his desk, usually, she imagined, the ordered surface of a methodical professional, was scattered with papers he had not troubled to conceal. "Miss Marple," he said. "I wasn't expecting. No one ever does," she agreed pleasantly, settling into the patient's chair without waiting to be invited. "I shan't keep you long. I find I have one of my curious turns, you know, rather like a piece of knitting that refuses to come right, and one simply cannot rest until one has found the dropped stitch." She smiled at him. "I wonder if you might help me with a small point." He sat down, and she noticed that he placed his hands flat on the desk in the deliberate manner of someone managing their own expression. "If I can. It concerns the letter," she said, watching him. "The one found near the churchyard." The hands on the desk did not move, but something in his face did, a rapid, almost invisible tightening around the eyes. "I haven't heard about any letter." "No," said Miss Marple. "I don't suppose you have. It was only found this morning. A curious thing, written in one hand, signed in another. The signature was Helena's, but the writing was not." She paused, as though this were merely a pleasant puzzle. "I keep thinking about handwriting, you know, how distinctive it is. Rather like a fingerprint in its way. One can disguise it, of course, but only if one is very practiced." The silence that followed, lasted precisely 4 seconds. "I knew Helena before she married Gerald," Dr. Hartley said, with the careful deliberateness of a man deciding to offer a small truth in order to protect a larger secret. There was a period, many years ago, when we were close. I don't mean it was nothing improper, a friendship, an understanding. And then she married Gerald Ashworth," said Miss Marple. "And then she married Gerald." He looked at his hands. "I believed, when she left England after the divorce, that she had found some peace. She wrote to me occasionally, not often, but enough. The letters stopped about 2 years ago. Around the time," Miss Marple said gently, "that she began her London activities." Something shifted in his expression. Not surprise, exactly, but the particular adjustment of a man confirming what he has already suspected. "You know about that?" "A little. I suspect you know considerably more." He was quiet for a long moment. Outside the surgery window, the September morning continued in its pleasant, indifferent way. A sparrow on the garden wall, a cloud crossing the sun. "She wrote to me," he said at last, 6 weeks ago. Not one of her usual letters. This one was frightened. She said she had made enemies, that she had collected over the years information she should not have collected, and that someone had found out. "Someone from here," she said. "From Brentwood Hollow." "Did she name this person?" "No. She was careful not to. She said only that she intended to come to the Ashworth party, that she had been effectively summoned, with the implication that if she did not come willingly, what she knew would be used against her in ways she could not control." He looked up. "She was not the one doing the blackmailing anymore, Miss Marple. Someone had turned it around entirely. Someone was blackmailing Helena. She walked from the surgery to the Ashworth Manor by the long route, past the green, giving herself time to arrange what she now knew into its proper order. Helena Voss had arrived at the party not as a predator, but as prey, summoned by someone who had reversed the mechanism of her own cruelty against her. The letter near the churchyard had been written by Helena. Yes, she had signed it, but composed and positioned by someone else, as a kind of insurance, or perhaps a misdirection. Its contents pointed vaguely at Gerald, but it had been placed too neatly, found too conveniently, and written in a hand that was, she was now quite certain, not Helena's at all. Someone had composed that letter for Helena to sign, or had signed her initial themselves, banking on the assumption that a single letter was too little to analyze. She thought about Miriam Ashworth's composed face. She thought about Clara's terror and the key returned to the study. She thought about Dr. Hartley's hands flat on the desk and his voice on the telephone, saying she should not have come back. And she thought about something Clara had said that she had not yet placed correctly, that Miriam Ashworth had given her the key to the rose garden 2 days before the party. 2 days before, with deliberate advance planning, to a young woman who was already, demonstrably, under pressure and frightened enough to behave unpredictably. Miss Marple paused at the gate of Ashworth Manor and looked up at the house. In the first-floor window, a figure stood quite still, looking out. Miriam Ashworth, watching the lane with the patient attention of someone who has been expecting a particular arrival. When she saw Miss Marple, she did not move away from the window. She held her gaze for a long, clear moment. Then, with perfect composure, she raised one hand in a gesture that was almost, but not quite, a greeting. Chapter 7. Another twist. Miss Marple did not go inside. She returned Miriam Ashworth's gaze with a pleasant nod, the sort of nod one exchanges with a neighbour over a garden wall, and continued walking past the manor gate with the unhurried step of someone engaged in nothing more purposeful than a morning constitutional. She felt, with some certainty, that entering the house at this particular moment would be premature. There was still one thread she had not yet followed to its end, and Miss Marple had learned, over a great many years and a considerable number of difficulties, that premature conclusions were the most dangerous variety. She walked instead to the village post office, where she sent a brief telegram to a contact at a London solicitor's firm whose name she had been given, several years prior, by her nephew Raymond, who moved in useful circles and had the good sense to maintain connections in places his aunt occasionally required. The telegram requested, with polite urgency, any information pertaining to the estate and recent affairs of one Helena Voss, lately of Paris and London. Then she bought a £1/4 of pear drops, because she was genuinely fond of them, and sat on the bench outside the churchyard to think. The twist, when it came, arrived not from London, but from Sergeant Hobbs, who appeared at the churchyard gate at 12:30, with the expression of a man carrying news that has complicated his superior's working theory considerably. He was clearly not looking for Miss Marple. He was on his way to the manor, walking quickly, with the preoccupied frown of someone rehearsing how to deliver an unwelcome report. But Miss Marple had a gift, acknowledged privately and never discussed, for being in precisely the right place to overhear things, and Hobbs, pausing at the gate to check his notebook, spoke aloud to himself in the manner of a man who does not realize he has an audience. "Second victim," he muttered. "Lord help us." Miss Marple was beside him before he had looked up from the page. "I beg your pardon, Sergeant," she said, with the alarmed concern of a village lady who has caught an alarming fragment. "Did you say second victim? Surely not." Hobbs looked at her with the resigned expression of a man who knows he has already said too much. "I oughtn't to discuss it, Miss Marple." "No, of course not. I quite understand." She waited with perfect patience. Hobbs lasted 6 seconds. "Dr. Hartley," he said, "found at his surgery an hour ago. He's alive, just. His receptionist found him collapsed at his desk. They've taken him to Marchfield Hospital." Miss Marple absorbed this. "Poisoned?" she asked quietly. The sergeant's expression confirmed it before his words did. "Digitalis again, the preliminary assessment suggests. A smaller dose, or perhaps he was found sooner. The hospital believes he'll recover." He closed his notebook with a snap, recalling himself. "I really cannot say any more. Good morning, Miss Marple." He went through the gate at speed. Miss Marple remained on the bench and looked at the churchyard roses for a long moment and rearranged everything she knew. Dr. Hartley had been poisoned after speaking with her. The interval between her departure from his surgery and his collapse was, by Hobbs's account, no more than 40 minutes, which meant that whoever had administered the dose had done so either during her visit, impossible, she had been present throughout, or immediately after. Someone had been watching the surgery, had seen her go in, had understood, with the rapid calculation of a genuinely dangerous mind, that Hartley had talked, or was about to, and had moved to silence him before he could say anything definitive. She had been followed, or at minimum observed, this morning. The thought was not frightening. She was too old and too familiar with human wickedness to find it frightening, but it was clarifying. It confirmed what she had been slowly concluding, that the person she was looking for was not operating from passion or impulse, but from continuous, adaptive intelligence. Each action taken in response to the developing situation, flexible, watchful, patient. The letter at the churchyard postbox, placed where it would be found, designed to redirect, had been a calculated move executed hours after Helena's death. The attempt on Hartley had been made within hours of his conversation with Miss Marple. Whoever this was, they were monitoring events closely and responding with considerable speed. Organized, she thought, and frightened now, which makes them more dangerous, not less. She was back at Ashworth Manor by 2 o'clock, this time with the firm intention of going inside. Mrs. Potts admitted her. Gerald Ashworth, she was told, had gone to Marchfield at the inspector's request, and Miriam was in the garden. Miss Marple found her in the kitchen garden at the rear of the house, cutting the last of the summer herbs with a small pair of silver scissors, her movements precise and unhurried. "Miss Marple," said Miriam, without looking up from the rosemary she was trimming, "I wondered when you would come." "Did you?" said Miss Marple, not making it a question. "You walked past the gate this morning. I thought, she is not ready yet, but she will come back." A small pause. "I have been watching you, you know, since the party. The way you sit and observe. My mother had a friend rather like you. She said the most dangerous person in any room was the one who appeared to be doing nothing. Your mother sounds like a sensible woman, said Miss Marple. Miriam set down her scissors and turned to face her fully for the first time. In the afternoon light, without the social performance of the previous day, she looked older, not diminished, but revealed. There were lines around her eyes that spoke of sustained effort, and something in her expression that Miss Marple recognized as the particular exhaustion of a person who has been carrying something very heavy for a very long time. Dr. Hartley is in hospital, Miss Marple said gently. I think you know that. I heard. The composure did not crack, but something behind it shifted perceptibly. Will he recover? The indications are hopeful. Miriam nodded. Once. She picked up a sprig of rosemary she had cut and turned it in her fingers, looking at it rather than at Miss Marple. Helena destroyed a great many people, she said. I want you to understand that, not as a justification, simply as a fact. She was a woman of considerable intelligence who chose to use it in the most corrosive way imaginable. I do understand that, said Miss Marple, and I understand that some of those people were known to you. Clara Reeve, for instance. Miriam's chin lifted fractionally. Clara is my goddaughter, she said. She has been since she was 3 weeks old. When I discovered what Helena had been doing to her for 18 months, she stopped. When she continued, her voice was precisely controlled. Clara came to me 6 weeks ago. She was at the end of herself. I will not describe the state she was in. It would not be dignified. And so you decided to act, said Miss Marple. I decided to act, Miriam agreed. She looked at the rosemary in her hand. Though not, Miss Marple, in the way you may be imagining. The telegram reply from London arrived at the post office at 4 o'clock, redirected to Ashworth Manor by Mrs. Greer at the post office, who knew, with the reliable instinct of all village postmistresses, where Miss Marple was likely to be found. Miss Marple read it in the hallway, standing with the stillness of someone encountering a piece of information that reorders everything around it. Helena Voss had visited a London solicitor 3 weeks before her death. She had not deposited records of her blackmail activities, as her letter implied. She had done something considerably more unexpected. She had made a new will. The primary beneficiary changed from Gerald Ashworth, who had apparently been named in a previous version, was Clara Reeve. Miss Marple folded the telegram carefully and placed it in her knitting bag beside the pear drops and the grey wool, and sat down in the hall chair to consider what it meant when a blackmailer leaves her money to her victim. It meant that something had changed for Helena Voss, something fundamental. 3 weeks before she died, she had felt something. Remorse, perhaps, or at minimum its practical cousin, and had acted on it. And someone had known she was about to change more than just her will. Someone had needed very urgently to stop her. Chapter 8. Miss Marple's Final Test. Miss Marple slept well that night, which was more than could be said for anyone else in Brentwood Hollow. She had returned to her own cottage at 6 o'clock, eaten a modest supper of poached egg on toast, and sat for an hour by the sitting-room fire, not knitting for once, but simply thinking, with the focused, unhurried attention that she brought to the final stages of a problem. The fire settled and shifted. The clock on the mantelpiece marked the passing of the evening in its reliable way. Outside, the September night pressed against the windows with the first real chill of the approaching autumn. By 8 o'clock, she had arranged everything she knew into a complete and coherent shape. By 9, she had identified what she still needed. Not more information, but confirmation of a specific kind, the sort that only the guilty party could provide, and would provide if approached correctly. She went to bed at 9:30 and slept without interruption until 6. She telephoned Inspector Crane at 8 o'clock the following morning. She did not tell him everything. She told him enough, sufficient to redirect his attention from Gerald Ashworth, who had been hovering on the edge of arrest with the helpless look of a man who knows that innocence is not always its own protection, and sufficient to ensure that Crane would be available and proximate when she required him. She asked him to be at Ashworth Manor by 11. She asked him to bring Sergeant Hobbs. She asked him, with the pleasant firmness of someone making a request that is not really a request, to say nothing of this arrangement to anyone in the village beforehand. Crane was quiet for a moment when she finished. "Miss Marple," he said, with considerably more respect than he had managed at their first interview, "are you telling me you know who killed Helena Voss?" "I am telling you," she said, "that I shall know with complete certainty by 11:30. There is a difference, Inspector, between knowing and proving. One relies on understanding human nature. The other requires a demonstration of it." She rang off before he could ask further questions and went to make herself a second cup of tea. The morning was clear and cool, with the particular bright stillness of September at its finest. Miss Marple walked to Ashworth Manor at 9 o'clock, taking the long route through the village with deliberate visibility, past the post office, past the butcher's, past the bench outside the churchyard where she had sat 2 days ago and begun to understand the shape of things. She wanted to be seen. She wanted it known, in the efficient and comprehensive way that Brentwood Hollow transmitted information, that Miss Marple was on her way to the Ashworth house, that Miss Marple had, perhaps, reached some conclusions. She arrived to find Miriam Ashworth in the drawing-room, her composure reinstated with its usual precision. Gerald was absent. In the village, Miriam said, attending to some business at the solicitor's office. A fortunate circumstance that Miss Marple had, in fact, arranged by the simple mechanism of asking Mrs. Pemberton, who had telephoned her at 7:30 with questions Miss Marple had answered with carefully selected information, to mention to Gerald that Mr. Pemberton wished to see him urgently regarding Helena's estate. It was, she acknowledged privately, a small manipulation, but the morning required a particular configuration of people, and she had learned to arrange such things without visible effort. "I thought we might have coffee," said Miss Marple, settling into her customary chair. "And perhaps, my dear, you could ask Clara to join us. I telephoned her earlier, and she said she would come by." Miriam looked at her steadily. "You telephoned Clara?" "I did. I find it so much better to have these conversations with everyone present, don't you? So much less room for misunderstanding." Clara arrived at 9:20. She came in quickly, with the energy of someone who has made a decision and is moving before courage can reconsider, and sat down across from Miriam with the expression of someone prepared, almost, for something difficult. The three of them sat with their coffee, and Miss Marple began to talk. She talked, in the wandering, apparently directionless way she had perfected over many decades, about the village of St. Mary Mead, about a case she had known there, years ago, involving a woman who had been systematically cruel to a number of people and had met an end that was not entirely surprising, though the identity of the person responsible had surprised everyone considerably. She talked about human nature, about the way that people who are cornered by circumstances tend to reveal themselves, not through dramatic action, but through the very small, very precise choices they make under pressure. She watched both faces as she talked. Miriam's was composed, watchful, controlled, the face of a woman listening for a specific thing beneath the general narrative. Clara's was less composed. She held her coffee cup with both hands, and her left thumb moved in that small, repetitive circle Miss Marple had first noticed 2 days ago in this same room. "The most interesting thing about this particular case," Miss Marple continued pleasantly, "was the question of who had the most complete understanding of all the parties involved. You see, the murderer, and I use the word precisely because that is what we are discussing, the murderer needed to know a great deal. They needed to know Helena's habits. They needed to know about the key to the rose garden. They needed to know about digitalis, not merely that it exists, but how it behaves in the body, how quickly it acts, in what concentration it becomes lethal." She paused, as though this were simply an interesting narrative detail. "That is quite specific knowledge, medical knowledge, one might say, or the knowledge of someone who has spent a great deal of time in close proximity to a medical professional." Clara's thumb had stopped moving. "And then there was the letter," Miss Marple said. setting down her cup with a small, decisive click. Found at the churchyard post box, signed with Helena's initial. Written, and this was the detail that occupied me most, in a hand that was not Helena's, but that I had seen before. On the day of the party, in the sitting room where Inspector Crane interviewed me. She looked gently, directly at Clara Reeve. On the blotter of Miriam's writing desk, which had been turned, but not quite turned far enough, the room was very quiet. "You wrote the letter, Clara," said Miss Marple. "To protect Miriam, I think, because you had understood, by the end of that terrible afternoon, what Miriam had done. And you could not allow her to be exposed, because she had done it, at least in part, for you." Clara's cup came down on the saucer with a small, sharp crack. Her face, stripped of its careful management, was very young and very frightened, and something else, something that looked, Miss Marple thought, almost like relief. "She didn't mean," Clara began. "Clara." Miriam's voice was quiet and absolute. "Don't. It is rather too late for that," said Miss Marple, not unkindly. "I want you to understand, both of you, that I have not brought Inspector Crane here to cause unnecessary damage. I have brought him here because a man is in hospital and a woman is dead, and whatever Helena Voss was, those facts require accountability." She looked at Miriam with the steady, undeceivable attention she had been bringing to human beings for 80-odd years. "But I should like, before he arrives, to understand one thing correctly." She leaned forward slightly. "The will, Miriam. You knew Helena had changed it. You knew she had left her estate to Clara. That was not the action of a woman continuing to cause harm. Something had changed in Helena Voss, 3 weeks before she died." A pause. "Did she contact you?" For the first time since Miss Marple had known her, Miriam Ashworth's composure cracked. Not dramatically, not with tears, but with the small, irreversible shift of a face that has stopped performing. What lay beneath it was grief. Genuine, complicated grief. "She wrote to me," Miriam said quietly. "She said she wanted to undo some of what she had done. She said," a pause, "she said she was sorry. For all of it, for Gerald, for Clara, for the years of it." Her voice was perfectly level, but her hands, for the first time, were not still. "I did not believe her. I should have. That is the thing I shall have to live with." The clock on the mantelpiece marked the half-hour. Outside on the drive, a car arrived. Chapter 9. The reveal. Inspector Crane came in with Sergeant Hobbs at his shoulder, and had the good sense, Miss Marple noted with approval, to stop in the drawing-room doorway and read the atmosphere before entering it. What he read there caused him to proceed quietly, without the brisk efficiency of his previous visits, and to accept the chair that Miss Marple indicated with a small gesture, as though he had always intended to sit down. He looked at the 3 women. He looked longest at Miss Marple. "You said 11:30, he said. "And it is precisely that," she agreed. "Thank you for your punctuality, Inspector. I find it so much easier to explain things properly when one is not watching the clock." She settled her hands in her lap and looked at him with the clear, steady attention of someone about to be entirely helpful. "I should like, if I may, to lay out what happened, beginning not with the party, but with something that occurred 15 years ago. The present crime, you see, is entirely incomprehensible without its origins, and I have found that crimes without their origins are like sentences without their subjects. Grammatically troubling." Crane opened his notebook. Hobbs did the same. Miriam Ashworth sat very still. Clara, beside her, had the expression of someone watching a controlled demolition, aware of exactly what is about to fall and powerless to stop it. 15 years ago, said Miss Marple, Gerald Ashworth divorced his first wife, Helena Voss, under circumstances that the village understood only partially. The village understood that there was another woman, Miriam, as she then was, and that Helena left England shortly afterward. What the village did not know, because Gerald did not speak of it and Helena was abroad, was why Helena left so completely. not merely to France or Italy, as Mrs. Pemberton supposed, but to a series of European cities, moving with the restlessness of someone running not towards something, but away. She paused, letting this settle. Helena left because she had done something, during the marriage, toward the end of it, when she understood that Gerald intended to leave her. She had discovered information about several people in Brentwood Hollow. Private information. Information she had gathered through the particular gift she possessed, which was the ability to make people trust her and talk more freely than was wise. She used this information, before leaving, to extract money from 3 individuals. Enough to fund her departure and establish herself abroad comfortably. Miss Marple's tone remained perfectly level, as though she were recounting a mildly interesting piece of local history. Over the following years, from a safe distance, she continued this practice. She refined it. She became, in effect, a professional in the quiet destruction of other people's peace of mind. Inspector Crane's pen moved steadily across his notebook. Among her victims, in more recent years, was Clara Reeve. Miss Marple looked at Clara briefly, and with genuine kindness. A young woman who had made a single serious mistake at 22 and had spent 6 years believing it safely buried. Helena found it. I do not yet know precisely how, though I suspect a mutual acquaintance in London publishing, and began extracting payments 18 months ago. Clara, to her considerable credit, told no one. She managed it alone, with increasing difficulty, until 6 weeks ago when she came to Brentwood Hollow and confided in the one person she trusted completely. Her godmother, said Crane quietly. Her godmother, Miss Marple confirmed. Miriam Ashworth, who had her own complicated history with Helena Voss, and who received this information about her goddaughter with the particular fury of a woman who has already paid a very high personal price for one person's cruelty, and finds that the same cruelty has now reached someone she loves. Miriam's gaze was fixed on the middle distance. She neither confirmed nor denied. She did not need to. Miriam began to plan, said Miss Marple. She is, as anyone who has spent time with her will observe, a woman of considerable methodical intelligence. She did not act immediately or impulsively. She gathered information. She contacted Helena, I believe directly, by letter, posing the meeting as a potential resolution, and she arranged for Helena to attend the garden party, under the implication that Miriam was prepared to offer a settlement of some kind. Helena, who was herself now under a form of counter-pressure, someone had discovered the nature of her activities and begun to use them against her, was vulnerable enough to come. She was being blackmailed herself, Crane said, looking up. By the time she came here, yes, though not, as I initially considered, by anyone in this room. Miss Marple folded her hands. Helena's letter to Dr. Hartley, the genuine letter, not the one found at the churchyard, indicated that someone in London had obtained evidence of her activities and was threatening exposure unless she complied with certain demands. She came to Brentwood Hollow partly because Miriam summoned her, and partly because she had begun, I believe, to look for a way out of the life she had constructed. The new will was part of that. The apology to Miriam was part of that. Helena Voss, at 53, appears to have arrived at a reckoning with herself. She let that sit for a moment. It seemed to deserve one. It came, unfortunately, too late. The method, said Crane. Digitalis, said Miss Marple. Miriam is not medically trained, but she has lived in close proximity to Dr. Hartley's practice for 20 years. He is the family physician, has been since her marriage, and she is a meticulous woman who, when she determines to understand something, understands it thoroughly. The dosage required to cause rapid cardiac arrest without visible distress, the means of obtaining it, the manner of its administration, these were not beyond her research capabilities, I think. The champagne, said Crane. The glass prepared in the conservatory, Miss Marple agreed. The conservatory connects the house to the garden and is private from the party. Miriam knew Helena would come to the rose garden. She had arranged it. She knew Helena would carry a glass from the marquee, because Miriam had ensured Helena was greeted on arrival by a member of the catering staff with a specific tray. The glass Helena carried was clean. The glass waiting for her in the rose garden, offered perhaps as a gesture of the supposed settlement, was not. She looked at Miriam directly now. You exchanged the glasses. Helena drank. You returned to the party, went to the conservatory, rinsed your own glass, replaced it, and were back among your guests before the digitalis had completed its work. The whole sequence took, I should estimate, under 8 minutes. The room was very still. Dr. Hartley, said Crane. Suspected more than he admitted to me, said Miss Marple, and was poisoned, I believe, not by Miriam directly. She was under observation by then, but through the mechanism of a cup of coffee delivered to his surgery by someone who believed they were acting protectively. She looked at Clara, someone who had access to the same substance, having found it among Miriam's things when she searched the house the previous night, frightened enough to believe that Hartley, knowing what he knew, represented a danger to Miriam that could not be allowed to develop. Clara closed her eyes briefly. I did not know what it was, she said. I found a small bottle, and I thought it was something to make him sleep, to give Miriam time. Her voice broke, very quietly, and then steadied. I did not know it would. I didn't understand the dose. No, said Miss Marple gently. I believed that. Dr. Hartley is recovering, which is a mercy, and the distinction between what you intended and what you did will matter, Clara. It will matter considerably. Inspector Crane stood. He looked at Miriam Ashworth, who rose to meet him with the composure of a woman who has known this moment was coming and has made her peace, if not with the outcome, then with the necessity of facing it. Mrs. Ashworth, he began. Yes, she said simply. I know. She looked, for just a moment, at Miss Marple. It was not an accusatory look. It was something more complicated. The look of one precise and observant woman acknowledging another. She was going to stop, Miriam said quietly. You said so yourself. I did not know that. When I did not know. A pause. Does that constitute a tragedy, Inspector, or merely a mistake? In the eyes of the law, said Crane carefully, I'm afraid it constitutes neither. Miriam nodded once and walked toward the door without being asked. Miss Marple watched her go with the expression she wore at such moments. Not satisfaction, never satisfaction, but the quiet, sorrowful recognition of a pattern completed. Human nature had behaved, as it almost invariably did, according to its own internal logic. The cruelty had produced the fury had produced the act had produced this still, terrible morning. It was, she thought, a dreadful waste, of Helena's belated conscience, of Miriam's considerable qualities, of Clara's courage, deployed in entirely the wrong direction. Outside, the September sun continued with its indifference. A wood pigeon called from the garden. Chapter 10. Aftermath. Brentwood Hollow settled back into itself, with the careful, gradual motion of water, finding its level after a stone has been thrown. It took, as these things do, considerably longer than the village imagined it would. In the first week after Miriam Ashworth's arrest, there was the initial eruption of gossip, comprehensive, overlapping, and almost entirely inaccurate in its finer details, followed by the more sustained, quieter conversation that communities conduct with themselves when something has genuinely shaken them. The post office queue was subdued. The butcher's shop exchanged its habitual cheerful noise for something more measured. Even Mrs. Pemberton, who had built the better part of her social existence on the reliable currency of other people's difficulties, found herself speaking in shorter sentences than usual, as though the weight of this particular difficulty exceeded the comfortable carrying capacity of ordinary gossip. Gerald Ashworth closed Ashworth Manor and went to stay with his sister in Wiltshire. He left on a Tuesday morning with 2 suitcases and the expression of a man who has discovered that the life he believed he was living was, in several essential respects, a different life entirely. Miss Marple, who happened to be passing the manor gate at the relevant moment, She happened to be passing a great many places at a great many relevant moments, though she would have denied any deliberateness in this. Watched him go with the mild, undeceivable sympathy she brought to the spectacle of human self-discovery, however unwelcome. He had not, she thought, been a good man, but he had not been the guilty one. These two facts were not as comforting to him as they might have been, and she found that entirely understandable. Clara Reeve remained in Brentwood Hollow through the legal proceedings, which were handled with the careful precision that serious matters deserve. The charge against her, administering a noxious substance with intent to endanger life, was moderated considerably by the evidence of her genuine ignorance of the dosage, her immediate cooperation once Miss Marple had drawn out the truth, and the testimony of Dr. Hartley himself, who recovered fully by the end of the second week and proved, in the matter of Clara's culpability, a surprisingly generous witness. He was not, Miss Marple reflected, a simple man. He had loved Helena Voss, in his way, for 30 years, loved her with the particular helpless fidelity of a person who knows their attachment is neither wise nor reciprocated at equivalent depth, and persists regardless. Her death had devastated him, and her belated reformation had, paradoxically, devastated him further, because it confirmed that the Helena he had always believed existed beneath the cruelty had been real, had been reachable, had simply required circumstances he had not known how to produce. He returned to his practice in the third week. Miss Marple visited him on the pretext of a routine consultation about her knee, which had been troubling her intermittently since 1987 and could be relied upon to provide conversational cover for most purposes. "You are not here about your knee," he said, with the resigned directness of a man who has decided that certain pretenses are no longer worth maintaining. "No," she agreed pleasantly, "though it does ache in damp weather. I came to see how you were." He considered this. "I am functioning," he said at last. "I find that is the most accurate thing I can say." "It is enough," said Miss Marple. "For now, it is quite enough." The legal case against Miriam Ashworth proceeded through the autumn with the measured pace of the judicial system, which moves, Miss Marple had always felt, with a thoroughness that the impatient mistake for slowness. Inspector Crane, to his credit, conducted himself throughout with a scrupulousness that she found admirable, building the case carefully, neither overstating what could be proven, nor undervaluing the circumstantial architecture that Miss Marple had assembled. He came to visit her at her cottage in the fourth week, on a grey October afternoon, when the village had fully committed to autumn and the garden was doing its annual work of dignified diminishment. "I owe you an apology," he said, accepting tea with the manner of a man who has rehearsed this visit and finds the execution somewhat harder than the preparation. "For what, specifically?" said Miss Marple. "For the condescension, at the beginning." He looked at his tea. "I thought you were a harmless elderly lady who noticed very little," she supplied, without rancour. "Yes, it is a very useful thing to be thought." He smiled, the first genuine smile she had seen from him, unmediated by professional manner. "You knew from quite early, didn't you, who it was?" "I had a strong suspicion from the conservatory glass," she said. "That was the critical thing, not because of what it was, but because of what it told me about the person who left it there. Someone with extraordinary composure, someone for whom the manor was entirely familiar territory, someone whose presence in that part of the house, during a party they were hosting, would raise no questions whatsoever." She set down her cup. "There were really only ever two people who fit those conditions precisely. And Gerald, whatever his faults, lacked the specific quality that the crime required." "Which was?" Miss Marple was quiet for a moment, looking out at the October garden with its bare roses and its patient earth. "The capacity," she said carefully, "to love someone so completely that their pain becomes intolerable to witness. Gerald Ashworth has never, I think, loved anyone to that degree. Miriam loved Clara with exactly that totality. It did not excuse what she did, but it explained it, completely and without remainder." Crane nodded slowly. And that, understanding the love beneath it, that's how you knew. That, said Miss Marple. And the rosemary. He blinked. I beg your pardon? In the kitchen garden, when I spoke with her the second day, she was cutting rosemary with great precision and complete composure while a man lay poisoned in a hospital and a police inspector was conducting a murder inquiry in her house. She smiled slightly. Rosemary for remembrance, Inspector. She was tending her garden and thinking about Helena, not with guilt, not with fear, but with grief. Even then, even at that stage, what she felt most was grief. For the woman Helena might have been, for the choice she had not been able to unmake. A pause. Guilty people, in my experience, do not grieve their victims. Not at that stage. That is a later development, if it comes at all. But Miriam was already there. She had been there since the moment Helena died, I think. Crane absorbed this in silence for a moment. Then, with the slightly dazed expression that Miss Marple occasionally produced in people who had underestimated her, he finished his tea and stood to go. Miss Marple, he said at the door, if you ever find yourself in Marchfield, I am sure I shall manage, she said warmly. Good afternoon, Inspector. She sat for a long while after he left, in the chair by the window that caught the last of the afternoon light, and allowed herself the quiet reflection that she permitted at the conclusion of these matters. She thought about Helena Voss, who had spent 15 years causing harm and 3 weeks trying to undo it, and had not been given sufficient time to complete the attempt. She thought about Miriam, whose love for Clara had been genuine and fierce, and had led her to an action that neither love nor fierceness could justify. She thought about Clara, who was learning, at considerable cost, that the people who protect us are not always protecting wisely. She thought about Dr. Hartley, tending his patients and functioning, one day at a time. She thought, as she often did at such moments, about the village of St. Mary Mead, about the decades of observation that had taught her to read human nature with the precision of a naturalist reading weather. People imagined that a lifetime in a small village was a limited education. They were entirely wrong. A small village contained every variation of the human creature in concentrated form, and if you paid attention, if you truly paid attention, without prejudice, without the interference of what you wished to see, you learned everything that was necessary to understand why people did the terrible, loving, foolish, irreversible things they did. The light faded. The garden outside darkened gently. Miss Marple reached for her knitting, the grey wool, the same skein she had recovered from the Ashworth drawing-room, what felt like a very long time ago, and worked steadily in the gathering dusk, adding row to careful row. Outside, Brentwood Hollow continued. The post office closed. The church clock struck 5. Somewhere on the village green, 2 children were quarrelling about something small and urgent and entirely resolved before the echo of the last chime faded. Human nature, Miss Marple reflected, drawing her wool through with the practiced ease of long habit, was a very consistent thing. Consistently surprising, consistently heartbreaking, consistently, in its way, magnificent. She had never, in 80-odd years, found it dull. She did not expect to start now.